Good afternoon, dear shareholders. I, Santosh Haldankar, Company Secretary of HDFC Bank, welcome you all to this 29th Annual General Meeting of your bank. I, on behalf of the board members and the management, hope and wish for the safe and good health of all the shareholders and their families. Pursuant to the provisions of the Companies Act 2013 and circulars issued by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and SEBI, this meeting being held through video conferencing and other audio-visual means. A live webcast of the proceedings of this meeting is also provided on the website of NSDL. The register of directors and key managerial personnel, the necessary certificates from the auditors, and all relevant documents referred to in the notice of the AGM are available electronically for inspection by the shareholders during the AGM. Shareholders who wish to inspect such documents may send their request to me. While we had provided the e-voting facility to shareholders, the same is also available to the shareholders during this AGM. Shareholders who have not yet cast their vote may cast the same during the meeting. Process for e-voting is already explained in detail in the notice of the AGM. Please note that shareholders who have already voted on the resolutions by way of remote e-voting will not be able to vote again at the AGM. Participation of the shareholders through video conferencing, other audio-visual means, is being reckoned for the purpose of quorum. I now wish to inform that around 91 shareholders are attending this meeting through video conferencing. Accordingly, the requisite quorum is present for the meeting. The annual report for the financial year 2022-23 and the notice convening this annual general meeting had been sent to you in advance through electronic and secretarial auditors have given unqualified reports. Accordingly, with the permission of the shareholders, I take the audit reports as read. With the permission of the shareholders, I shall also take the notice convening this meeting as read. Now, without any further delay, I request the chairman, Mr. Atanu Chakravarti, to continue with the proceedings of the meeting. Thank you. Over to you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you, Santosh. Esteemed shareholders, my distinguished colleagues on the board, and the senior management of the HDFC Bank, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 29th Annual General Meeting of the bank. I would now like to introduce all the board members who are participating in this meeting through the video conferencing mode. Starting from my right is Mr. K.K. Mistry, Non-Executive Director and Chairman of Stakeholders Relationship Committee of the Board. Mr. Umesh Chandrasarangi, Independent Director and Chairman of Nomination and Remuneration Committee of the Board. Mr. Shashidhar Jagdishan, Managing Director and CEO of the bank. Mr. Kaizad Bharucha, Deputy Managing Director of the bank. Mr. M.D. Ranganathan, Independent Director and Chairman of Audit Committee of the Board. Mrs. Renu Karnat, Non-Executive Director. Mr. Sandeep Parekh, Independent Director. Dr. Mrs. Sunita Maheshwari, Independent Director. Mrs. Lily Vadera, Independent Director. Mr. Bhavesh Javeri, Executive Director. We also have Mr. Srinivas Vaidyanathan, the Chief Financial Officer of the bank with us. The representatives of Messrs. M.M. Nissim and Company, LLP. Messrs. Pricewaterhouse, LLP, Joint Statutory Auditors of the bank. As well as Messrs. Alvin J. and Company, Secretarial Auditor of the bank, and the legal counsels. They are all attending the AGM through video conferencing mode. As confirmed by the company secretary that the quorum for the meeting is present. With the permission of the members, I call this meeting to order. Friends, last year we announced the merger of our parent company HDFC Limited into the bank. I would now like to inform the members that we have completed the merger effective July 1, 2023, the planned deadline. This was possibly one of the largest such transactions in the history of corporate India. On behalf of the board and management, I convey sincere appreciation to the teams of both the organizations who persevered together to ensure a smooth and successful integration. Following the footsteps of late Shri H.T. Parikh's vision and values, the dedication and sagacity of Shri Deepak Parikh, who have helped to create this large financial conglomerate. On behalf of all the members, as well as the board, I would like to take this opportunity to extend him our shared sense of gratitude. As a consequence of this merger, the larger balance sheet of the bank would offer to the national economy possibilities of higher growth, a large bouquet of financial products for the customers, and higher flows into affordable housing, agriculture, MSME, etc. As a consequence of this merger, the bank is poised to benefit from the addition of the market leader home loan product, which can now be directly offered through the bank's large network of branches, helping a greater number of people fulfill their aspiration to be homeowners. The home loan business will also benefit from low cost of funds that a bank traditionally enjoys. It will also enable the bank to offer to its wider customer base a full suite of financial products like life insurance, general insurance, health insurance, investment products like mutual fund, by leveraging the strength of some of the major entities like HDFC Argo, HDFC Life, HDFC Mutual Fund, as they come into the bank's fold into your bank's fold as a result of this merger. If we have a look at the economy, the global economy during the year saw huge headwinds on account of continuing conflict between Ukraine and Russia, as well as soaring inflation. Central banks across the globe tightened their monetary policies, and this has led to increased interest rates. Such actions invariably lead to a decline in demand and employment, leading to deceleration in growth of the global trade and economy. However, India has stood out as a notable exception. For the last 2 financial years, it has been the fastest growing economy in its category. International Monetary Fund has projected that India would grow by 6.1% during the year. Such continuous growth would open up myriad opportunities in various sectors of the economy. This has been possible due to prompt action by RBI to control the inflationary tendency at its slightest hint of unfolding. Continued investments by central and many state governments in infrastructure. This has not only spurred growth, but also created opportunities for other sectors to grow. A virtuous cycle of sorts. On account of actions taken in the past few years, the financial sector in India is in robust health now and capable of pushing higher credit flows, which invariably leads to greater growth. Financial inclusion at a massive scale and digitalization have not only spurred greater formalization of economy, but also reduced transaction cost. This has enabled technology-based innovations. India's GDP is expected to be in multiples of its current level over next decades, with concomitant growth in disposable per capita income across the board, with a massive uptick of private investments. This rise in per capita and disposable income will, after a point, result in huge uplift in demand inter alia for housing, automobiles, consumer durables, and increased proliferation of financial services. Deeper financial inclusion will enable near universalization in access to formal financing channels, which in turn will improve productivity and income levels and the growth potential of the products championed by the bank. Your bank is well poised to capitalize on this opportunity, both for financing private investment and consumer finance, aided by its low cost of funds, wider customer reach, and a large and very stable balance sheet. We feel privileged to be part of this growing and dynamic economic environment and India's growth story. Let me now highlight our performance for the last financial year. The annual report placed before you shows our robust performance in the last financial year, during which we grew our balance sheet and improved our asset quality. I shall now highlight some key performance parameters. Our balance sheet grew by 19.2% to reach a level of rupees 24,66,081 crores. Net interest income for the year witnessed a robust growth of 20.6% over the previous year to rupees 86,842 crores, and net interest margin was stable at 4.1%. Our net profit increased by 19.3% to rupees 44,109 crores for the year. Gross non-performing assets reduced to 1.12% from 1.17%. Our cost to income ratio is at 40% for the year. The bank's growth has been spread across its various business units, that is corporate and other wholesale loans that grew by 12.6%, commercial and rural banking loans that grew by 29.8%, and domestic retail by 20.8% over the previous year. During the year, we added 1,479 branches, including those in semi-urban and rural India, taking our total number of branches to 7,821, a fairly wide reach. We remain steadfast in our commitment to drive shareholders' value. The board has proposed a dividend payout of rupees 19 per equity share of rupees 1 each, in line with our stated dividend distribution policy. In the last financial year, we added over 1.1 crore customers and ended the year with a total of 8.28 customers. Improving customer journey is a never-ending journey in every organization, and your bank remains steadfastly committed to it. Friends, the bank lays great importance to governance and risk architecture. And your bank has grown consistently across business cycle, maintaining a very stable balance sheet as well as a stable asset quality. This has been due to a strong commitment to corporate governance and a robust risk architecture. This has been driven from the board and permeates across the organization. Various committees of the board met through the year to give guidance as well as maintain oversight. Oversight by the board of your bank would continue to lay emphasis on balancing growth with strong compliance, risk management, as well as an unwavering focus on customer satisfaction. Technology is a major differentiator between various performers, and your bank has a very sharp focus on technology, and digital continues to be the focal point of our transformational strategy. Modernization of applications that has been cloud native architecture and modern design, active construct. Focus on self-sustenance by developing or co-creating our own IP in critical front-end platforms like mobile and payment application that have reduced outsourcing risk, hiring and nurturing new age skills through enterprise factory construct that facilitates hiring of core architect, designers, and full stack developers. Invest into creation of robust technology infrastructure through focus on observability, predictive capacity management, and real-time resilience. The bank has used the above strategic pillars and has made significant progress throughout the year, and many flagship programs like PayZapp 2.0, our neo-tech-powered payment app, Smart Hub Vyapar for merchants, Express Car Loan digital platform processing application, etc. They are just few of the examples of the digital transformation that your bank is carrying out. Our digital orientation grew to 76%, and our financial transaction digital penetration grew to 95% in FY 22-23. The bank will continue to invest in technology and be at the forefront of digital revolution that India is currently witnessing. The bank makes significant contribution to government schemes. To highlight a few, the government as well as RBI provided special support to MSME sector during the pandemic through various schemes such as interest moratorium, ECLGS extension, and COVID support loans. Your bank emerged as a star performer with the highest disbursal of rupees 44,823 crore in the ECLGS scheme, benefiting over 1.25 lakh customers. Similarly, it was the biggest contributor to Credit Guarantee Trust Fund for micro and small enterprises in the last financial year, further supporting the MSME sector. The bank is committed to supporting small and marginal farmers, taking its product to more villages, thus expanding coverage in rural India. Last year, we had reached customers in about 1.65 lakh villages. We plan to significantly enhance our footprint in the coming years. Our CSR initiative, Parivartan, which has programs in 27 states across the country, has impacted numerous households in a positive way. The bank also remains committed to efforts of government to address climate change and other environmental issues. Before I conclude, let me bring out key changes that have been made to the board since the last AGM. We are pleased to have Shri Keki Mistry on board of the bank as non-executive director. Shri Kaizad Bharucha has been redesignated as Deputy Managing Director. Shri Bhavesh Javeri has joined the board as an Executive Director. Shri Sanjeev Satya completed his 5-year terms on the board with stellar contribution. Last but not the least, I would like to sincerely thank the Government of India, Reserve Bank of India, Competition Commission of India, Security and Exchange Board of India, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, National Company Law Tribunal, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and all other agencies for helping us navigate through the complexities of the merger and also guiding us on many other issues of significance. Whilst I take this opportunity to express gratitude to our shareholders and customers for reposing their faith and trust in us, the board of your bank, the senior management, and all employees rededicate ourselves to serve in the best possible way. Friends, the country would celebrate 77th Independence Day on 15th August and enters its 76th year of independence. On this occasion, I sincerely wish you and your dear ones safety, well-being, good health, and prosperity. Now I'd like to invite shareholders who have registered themselves as speaker shareholders to express their views at this meeting. You would appreciate that Since the AGM is being convened solely for the adoption of financial results of the bank and transacting certain other businesses as specified in the notice, we request you to restrict your questions pertaining to the same and the performance of the bank for the financial year 2002 to 23. That's the business at hand. May I now request the moderator to invite speaker shareholders in order of their registrations, please.
Thank you, sir. Dear shareholders, when your name is announced, you will be sent a request to unmute your microphone. Kindly unmute your microphone, switch your camera on and speak. Kindly restrict all queries or comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. Our first shareholder to speak is Mr. Vinayak S. Bapat. Mr. Bapat, could you kindly unmute your microphone and speak?
Yes, please. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're loud and clear.
And am I visible also?
And visible as well, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman, sir, MD, and respected members of the board. It's very nice to meet on a very momentous occasion where HDFC Bank now is amongst the top 10 banks in the world. And this has happened because of the untiring efforts of the bank, its board of directors, as well as their counterparts in HDFC Limited. A huge opportunity now presents us, and I'm sure the team under the guidance of the chairman and the board will leverage this opportunity to take HDFC Bank to greater heights. We are already number 7 in the top 10, and hopefully maybe top 3 by the time the chairman ends his first 5-year term. I think this is in line also with the tall aspirations that our Prime Minister is setting the country up for. Looking at the business in hand, sir, I would start with the AGM notice today. I observe that the director's report and the auditor's report are for adoption by the members. I also observe that the director's report is not addressed to the members, but is addressed to the stakeholders, as you will see on page 168. In Companies Act, there is no term as stakeholders. We are the members and the shareholders, and we are convened here to approve the same. Moreover, sir, I think the shareholders deserve a little bit of respect because all directors are appointed by the shareholders and the directors are accountable to the shareholders. So please, I think this should stand corrected. It should be, the director's report should be addressed to the members. There is no AGM of stakeholders. Secondly, sir, approval of dividend. It's the board's prerogative to recommend the dividend, and it's the members this thing to either approve it or otherwise. Normally it is always approved. There is no question of declaring a dividend. The members are supposed to approve the proposed dividend by the board. Thirdly, sir, on page 171, I observe certain appropriations from the profit after tax to various reserves. It is in the fitness of things if the amounts appropriated to these reserves were also explained in the director's report. It is by surmise that one feels that the statutory reserve is 10% of the PAT, but for the first time we have a special reserve in the current year of 500 crores, which is not there in the previous year. So obviously the directors have got some reason for keeping aside 500 crores. If that can be explained, sir, it would help. Sir, point number 6 on the agenda. I feel very embarrassed to bring up this year after year. This is the shortfall in CSR for financial years 15 and 16, totaling to 131 crores for both the years therein. At the last AGM, I remember the directors had committed if they would make this good, maybe over a period of 1 or 2 years. I noticed that this is not the case in the current year. Do we have a program or a phased way of being there? I think.
Sir, may I request you to kindly conclude your questions, please? Thank you, sir.
Well, I've just started. I would request the chairman to grant me a little bit more time.
So just a minute more, sir. We have 40 speakers, sir, to go through. That's
I understand. We have 40 minutes, and sometimes when you're the first one, you are in a spot because you don't know what to speak and what not to speak, because a whole lot of other members will also cover a lot of agenda items. If I was 30th, then I would know at least 25 items are covered and I could leave that aside. But I would try to wrap it up very quickly. So the CSR thing, I think, needs a little bit of clarification. And moreover, sir, in the light of Credila, which has been sold off by HDFC Limited, do we need to pass resolution number 9, which is based on some financial arrangement for Credila, because Credila is no longer a subsidiary of HDFC itself. So whether we need that resolution or not. And another point is on the bonds. We are raising 50,000 crores of bonds. I noticed that State Bank has done 2 issues of 10,000 crores each of 15-year tenor, which is a landmark achievement at 7.5% coupon rates. I think we also should do some infrastructure bonds from this 50,000 crores. And the 50,000 crores doesn't exceed the reserves and share capital on a standalone basis, but it marginally does on a consolidated basis. So in case the resolution is on a consolidated basis, then I have nothing to say. But if it is on a standalone basis, I think you're well within the company's act's limit to go ahead with 50,000 crores and still be 1:1 ratio of net worth is to borrowings. And I hope banking deposits are not under borrowing, to the best of my knowledge, because banking business requires people to raise deposits, banks to raise deposits.
Sir, request you to kindly conclude your questions. We do have a number of others to go through, sir. Thank you.
I have nothing else to say because the guillotine has come down, and maybe I'll leave it to the chairman at the end of the session if he can allocate me some time, because I've got a few points. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for understanding as well. Our next speaker shareholder is Mrs. Ashalata Maheshwari. Ma'am, could you kindly unmute your microphone, switch your camera on and speak?
Chairman, sir.
Ma'am, your audio is not too clear, ma'am.
Shriman Chairman,
Hello. We appear to have an audio and connectivity problem with Ms. Maheshwari. We could move on to Mr. Gautam Tiwari, who is our third speaker shareholder. Mr. Tiwari, could you kindly unmute your microphone?
Yes, sir. Sir, you can see me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir. We can't see you as yet.
You will be able to see me also, sir.
Yes, sir. We can see you now.
You can see me clearly.
Yes, sir.
And I can also see you clearly. Sir, I am very happy, first of all, to see you all hale and hearty. My dear sir, Chairman sir, very honorable, respectable Mr. Tanu Chakrabarti. I am very happy to see our KK Mistri, our Kaizad Bharuja are here, Sandeep Parekh is there, Renu Karnad is there. But one very important thing I am missing is Mr. Deepak Parekh. Of course, I'll come to my question. Sir, I'll wrap it up within 3 to 4 minutes. Don't worry at all. And sir, our all other board of directors, team HDFC Bank Limited, along with the merged HDFC Limited, and my fellow shareholders, myself Gautam Tiwari, participating from West. Sir, dear sir, we are very happy that you have given a dividend of rupees 19 on 1 rupee face value to the shareholders and made them happy. Sir, it's a strong and robust balance sheet, very transparent, informative as it is always, very well designed with all facts and figures in place and adhering to all corporate governance norms in practice. Investor service, I must say, is excellent beyond doubt. It is the best in the world, and it is amongst top 10 that the HDFC Bank and merged entity of HDFC Limited, the secretarial department, have been providing to the shareholders all the time. We are very much grateful to them, and really for their services, I pay salute, sir. And sir, our rest of the things with the HDFC Bank, the dealings is very clear, very transparent, and we have got a very good respect, sir. Not even here, but even abroad also. When I go and see, our HDFC Bank automatically accrues the best of the respect. So we are amongst top 10 now. I'm very sure within a year or two we are going to become within first 5, within top 5. So there are small queries which I got, but small queries, but in a big way, sir. Dear sir, now I have a few questions. Since the accounts presented together with notes thereon are simple and self-explanatory, therefore I will not touch the accounts because it is self-explanatory, sir, and good notes are provided. So my first question is, why only rupees 19 has been declared as dividend for the year 22-23? HDFC paid a dividend of rupees 44. HDFC Limited paid a dividend of rupees 44, whereas why we have given only 19 rupees? Sir, second is, why there is no increase in dividend payout ratio? It has been around 23% over last 3 years. There should be some increase because everywhere it's an increase. Third point is, sir, who are the shareholders who hold more than 1% of the share capital of the bank? Is there any substantial change in the shareholding pattern after the merger, that is post-merger? Sir, how many ESOPs were granted during FY23? Any ESOPs granted to the employees who came from our parent company HDFC Limited? Sir, why is very important and main question, sir, why is Mr. Deepak Parekh is not on board of HDFC Bank, whereas he is the pioneer, sir? We were after him since pretty long time during parent companies HDFC Limited. Many said, please come out with HDFC Bank, please come out with HDFC Bank. And when HDFC Bank is there, finally it is merged. Now the HDFC parent company, no more, it is merged with this. So why Deepak Parekh is not there? So this is not my question, this is the question of all the shareholders, all the investors. Sir, what is the attrition rate of in FY23? What is the percentage of women employees as we have got as on March 31st, 2023? Sir, how much was spent towards CSR activities during FY23? Please tell us about the projects upon which amounts have been spent.
Mr. Tiwari, could you kindly conclude?
Sir, just 2-3 more questions and that's all. I'll conclude, sir.
Okay.
Just 1 minute.
Sure, sir.
I'm very much particular. I obey. I'm a very disciplined person, sir. I'll certainly obey what you say. Sir, please share your experience on the entire merger process, which lasted for 15 months or so. For example, steps taken for integration post July 1st, 2023, etc. Sir, 10th is, what is the global rank of HDFC Bank post merger? Sir, 11th, when will the PAT, that is profit after tax, will touch rupees 1 lakh crore mark? Then lastly, by when do you think we will have 25,000 branches, and how many branches do we have in Jammu and Kashmir, sir, now? And lastly, what is the retirement age of our employees? Thank you very much, sir. I wish the long, happy life and a good journey with all famous these directors and all the bank staff who has always helped us, we customers, and always given the total support, cordial and harmonious from all sides. And I once again salute our bank, being the most, we are the proud investor of the bank and proud shareholders of the bank. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. With total harmony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gautam Tiwari. We shall attempt to reconnect with Mrs. Ashalata Maheshwari, and hopefully we'll have better audio connectivity.
चेयरमैन साहब मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Clear.
श्रीमान चेयरमैन साहब, मेरे सभी डायरेक्टर भाई, मेरा नाम आशा लता माहेश्वरी, आप सबको मेरा सादर नमस्कार है। चेयरमैन साहब, रिस्पेक्टेड चेयरमैन साहब, मैं आज बहुत भावुक हो रही हूँ क्योंकि मैं एजीएम जो आज की है ये मेरे को उदास कर रही है क्योंकि एचडीएफसी की मीटिंग आज मिस हो रही है। मैं मीटिंग को मिस कर रही हूँ इसीलिए भावुक हूँ और खास करके दीपक पारिक जी को, जिसकी 45 साल की कड़ी मेहनत से मुंबई में एचडीएफसी बैंक का हिस्सा बन गई है। और चेयरमैन साहब, मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि आपकी मेहनत और लीडरशिप से बैंक अब ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंच जाएगा और पहुंच जाएगा। कभी दुनिया में नए रिकॉर्ड पर रिकॉर्ड बनाते चले जाओगे आप। मैं श्रीमान एमडी साहब, आपकी स्माइल को देखकर कहना चाहूंगी एमडी साहब, मैं आपकी कुछ मिसाल तो दे देती मगर कुछ तकलीफ तो ये है कि आप तो पहले से ही बेमिसाल है, तो मैं क्या कहूँ आपके लिए। आज अब श्रीमान के मिस्त्री जी को देखकर मैं बहुत खुश हूँ क्योंकि आपकी मुस्कान कभी होठों से ना छूटे, दुनिया में आपसे कोई ना रूठे। मेहरबान हो खुदा आप पर इतना कि आसमान के तारे भी आपकी मर्जी से ही टूटे। चेयरमैन साहब, एनुअल रिपोर्ट मिली और कहना पड़ेगा कि क्लियर है और इतने इंफॉर्मेटिव है कि बनाने वाले की बहुत तारीफ करना चाहूंगी। कितने गजब के परफॉर्मेंस हैं कि इनके बारे में क्या कहूँ मैं। और डिविडेंड तो बहुत देते ही रहते हैं कंपनी में, तो कुछ कहने की बात ही नहीं है। और ये कहूंगी आपका ESG प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा है और आपके इतने एम्प्लॉयज में 25% लेडीज हैं, ये जानकर मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई। आप तो इसमें विश्वास रखते हैं कि एम्प्लॉयज ही बैंक की पूंजी है। उनकी मेहनत व टीम वर्क को मैं बहुत शाबाशी देती हूँ, पर अब तो आपके पास HDFC के और भी एम्प्लॉय आ गए हैं, तो अब तो बहुत चांदी हो जाएगी। और चेयरमैन साहब, मैं अग्रवाल जी और संतोष जी, जो कि दोनों ही सेक्रेटरी हैं कंपनी के, इतना मैं दावे के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि इन दोनों के जैसा मेहनती और सिंसियर सेक्रेटरी इंसान कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, आप दोनों इन सेक्रेटरियों को संभाल कर रखिए। और चेयरमैन साहब, मैं एक और कहना चाहती हूँ, एक मैसेज मेरा जरा दीपक पारिक जी तक पहुंचा दीजिए, आपको देर नहीं लगेगी कहने में। इतना पहुंचा दीजिए दीपक पारिक जी को कि मैंने आज उन्हें बहुत मिस न कर रही हूँ और भगवान उन्हें और उनके बच्चों को बहुत सुखी रखे, बहुत ही उनके ऊपर सुख रहे। और लास्ट में चेयरमैन साहब, मैं अपना आशीर्वाद देते हुए यही कहूंगी, उस दिन का मुझे इंतजार है जब फूलों से हसीन मुस्कान हो आपकी, चांद सितारों से ज्यादा शान हो आपकी, आसमान से ऊंची उड़ान हो आपकी, दुनिया भी देखेगी एक दिन शान आपकी। बस मुझे भी अब उस दिन का इंतजार है जिस दिन मैं इतनी ज्यादा आप लोगों की शान देखूं। और उसी के साथ में मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद देती हूँ और बस खुश रहें। आप लोग सब को मेरा आशीर्वाद है, आप खुश रहें। मैं स्ट्रांगली सपोर्ट देते हुए धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our fourth shareholder to speak is Mr. Ratan Chand Surana. Mr. Surana?
Good afternoon.
We can hear and see you, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, respected Chairman, Sri Sashi Jagdishan, Keki Mistry, and other members of the Board of Directors, and my fellow shareholders, good afternoon. I will take this opportunity to talk more of the institution rather than trying to say something small things which does not add any value to the company. Now, first, let me thank Mr. Deepak Parekh, Mr. Keki Mistry, and Mr. Sasi Jagdishan, along with other board of directors who have taken tremendous effort to put this merger together and has taken a tough decision, because leaving a board position and leaving a company to someone else really requires a lot of courage. And let me tell you one thing, that you all gentlemen have made India proud today, and it's 1.2 billion people proud today by making one of the Indian bank as the third or the fourth largest bank in the world, which is a really great contribution to the country, and it's a pride moment for all of us. Having said that, I would like to refer to something which was published in Mint sometime in 15th April 2015, which I think still holds true. And the headline reads, HDFC Bank, the world's most expensive bank, is a 20% a year growth machine. The bank has reported annual profit growth of at least 20% every year since 1998, a feat unmatched by any of the world's 200 biggest lenders, and analyst says that the firm will maintain that pace. This has been confirmed by the managing director, Sasi Jagdishan, sir, after speaking after the merger. As per the analyst, Ashburton Investment Limited, we stated stock that offers compelling growth profiles and good corporate governance trade at a premium, and HDFC Bank fits that bill. And it also says, lastly, foreigners have a never-ending appetite for the stock like HDFC Bank, which delivers sustainable long-term growth and own a clean set of books. And it's really a record that HDFC Bank has never hit a headline of any newspaper, national or international, for something which we would not love to see. Now, speaking on the merger, the managing director has so confidently said that every 4 or 5 years we will create HDFC Bank. This shows the confidence. This shows that what a good corporate governance the bank has. And I'm proud that I'm a shareholder from the Times Bank days, and I'm really very happy with the bank. Now, the immediate impact of the merger is quite significant too. It has put the bank into the list of the top 100 lenders in the world in terms of asset. It has a balance sheet size of 32 lakhs crore, next only to State Bank of India's 55 lakh crore as of 31st March 23. ICICI Bank stands third with a balance sheet size of 16 lakh crores. Market cap will be approximately $157 billion. The total employee will be almost 177,000. The bank is aiming at a growth rate of 20%. Now, with all this is possible and were achievable purely because of the corporate governance and putting the human resources first. I remember having spoken to Sri Sashi sometime when I met him personally. He says that the effort is by all of my human assets. It is not me alone. It is all of them who have contributed to this success. And I still believe he believes in that. That statement holds good. Now, coming to the grievances, a small grievance, I would like the bank to look at its processes. Certain processes which can be cleared at the branch level should be done at branch. Recently, I wanted a client master for my Demat account, and you wouldn't believe it took almost 2.5 days. And that also happened because the top management with whom I was in touch directed somebody to do it, and it was delivered within half an hour. So I do not know why it couldn't be given at the same time, why the person has to beg. So I would request that certain processes should be reviewed, but no doubt at the branch like the other branch, with so much of rush and all, great effort, great employees, great
Mr. Surana,
and always sweet. Thank you very much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Surana. Thank you so much. Our next speaker shareholder is Mrs. Celestine Mascarenhas. Ms. Mascarenhas, we can
Hello.
see you and we can hear you, ma'am.
You can hear me. Thank you. Respected Chairman, Mr. Antanu Chakraborty, MD and CEO, Shashidhar Jagdishan, other members of the board, my fellow shareholders, I am Mrs. C. Mascarenhas, speaking from Mumbai. First, I must thank our Honorable Mr. Deepak Parekh and his uncle for bringing such an institution, HDFC Limited, which has grown to such an extent we cannot imagine. About 30, 40 years this was put in. I was also a very young girl, but today you cannot think what level it is and where we will be reaching as a #1 bank. Sir, I am very grateful to you. Thank you so much. Now I thank our company secretary, Mr. Santosh Haldankar, for sending me and his team for sending me annual report and also registering me as a speaker at my request and giving me this beautiful platform to speak, which was very easy to operate. Thank you, that team which has done this work. Now, annual report is full of knowledge with facts, figures, informations, very exhaustive, but self-explanatory, adhering to all the norms of corporate governance. Our working is good. Our deposits are up. Also, our advances, income up, PBT, PAT, and a good dividend of ₹19 against an EPS of 79.25 for a share par value of 1. Our payout comes to 24.07 and a very good market cap, which will grow, I am sure, with this merged entity. The market cap will definitely become double, means HDFC Limited and HDFC Bank, which we will see in the next year. Next, I go, congratulations for all awards and accolades. I will not name them. All are in the annual report. Also very good CSR work. Now my queries, sir. I go to that ESG. Sir, we are now so big. Have we done any rating of ESG? If rated, what is our rating? And who is the rating agency? And any plan to list it on any ESG platform, whether domestic or international, or it is already done? Please throw light. Number 2 is how many employees with the merged HDFC Limited, what will be the total staff strength now? 3, how much of our business is online compared to offline? That is business, what you get from the branches. Number 4, where is our deep core competence in retail banking or in the wholesale banking? Number 5, do we use IT tools like AI, ML, blockchains, cloud computing, chat GPT, etc.? And if used, then what is the total spend on these sort of tools? Lastly, what is the future roadmap after next year, 5 years, for the next 5 years with this big merger of HDFC parent with the child? Where do we want to see HDFC Bank as #1 among the private banks, as merger will take our bank to greater and greater heights? I support all the resolutions. I wish my company all the best, and especially I wish you and the entire HDFC Bank team best of health, because health is wealth, and keep on growing and growing up. Sky can be the limit. With this, thank you very much. God bless our company. Thank you once again. Now, Mr. Mascarenhas, next speaker, will speak.
Hello, sir. I'm the next speaker. Can I proceed? Hello, can I proceed? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
please.
Yes, sir, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah. Respected Chairman, sir, very distinguished members of the board, and my fellow shareholders. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Aloysius Mascarenhas. I am a shareholder of this prestigious bank for a very, very long time. I hold many shares of this bank. It is a great asset in my portfolio. Now we have done exceedingly well, a stellar performance as shown in facts and figures and pictures in our annual report, which is transparent and adhering to all the parameters required for a good corporate governance. Our results are excellent. Our PBT and PAT has gone up, and you have declared a very good dividend of 19 rupees. Very good. And EPS is also gone up. Very good, sir. Keep it up. Now, we have many branches in India. I would like to know how many more will be added to our branches. And we have few branches abroad, namely UAE, Kenya, Hong Kong, and Bahrain. Are we going to have many more branches? Kindly explain and inform us. Sir, we are doing very well, and we have now opened a city branch in a gift city of Gujarat. It's now is a very attractive center because lot of tax concessions. So lot of corporates are getting themselves incorporated in gift city of Gujarat. So very good venture, sir. And I'm happy to note that we are in many government schemes and digitalization of milk procurement and payment, which has benefited farmers and dairy societies. We have got very good CSR activities and an excellent risk management. Now, coming to a very pertinent question, which I want to ask, which affects not only to me, but to many my shareholders about the unclaimed dividend and the unclaimed shares. Now, sir, if by chance any shareholder has forgotten to encash his dividend 7 years ago, afterwards he has encashed it, but because he has failed to encash last seventh year dividend, he loses his dividend. Okay, but he is also going to lose his shares. Many of my shares and other shareholders have lost and gone to IE, Investor Education Protection Funds. See that the genuine shareholders are not penalized, and especially old shareholders like me. Not only that, sir, to get dematting is a hell of a lot problem. It takes 3 months to get demat. Even KYC, it takes 3 months. We send all SR1, SR2, all the requirements for KYC, but it doesn't come. So we are held up in getting our shares dematted. Not only that, sir, my own case, my father's name was not put in the demat, whereas share certificate has my father's name. For that, I've given Aadhaar card, PAN card, all certification, and bank certification, everything, but still it has come back. Yeah, sir, please look into this matter. Sir, please look into with this, sir. I end my speech wishing you personally, all the board members, and more importantly, all the employees, all the very best in the days and years to come. We are in the midst of a festive season, so I wish each one of you all a very happy festive season. Thank you, sir. God bless you and our company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Mascarenhas. Our seventh speaker shareholder is Ms. H.S. Patel. Ma'am, you've been placed in the meeting. Could you kindly unmute your microphone, switch your camera on if you so desire, and go ahead and speak. Ms. Patel? Ma'am, could you kindly unmute your microphone? Ms. Patel? Ms. Patel, please unmute your microphone and speak. We appear to have a bad connection out there, so we'll move on to our eighth speaker, Ms. Humayun Puradehi. Ms. Puradehi?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you loud and clear.
And, can I try to start my video also? Let's see.
Yes, do try, ma'am.
Hello, yes, my video has come, but now
yes,
can you hear me clearly?
We can hear and see you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. Acha, I'm a shareholder since the inception. I'm a senior citizen. So we know everything about our company, how it has been worked hard, come up and on and on and on. Now, I want to say that they have been merged. HDFC and HDFC Bank have been merged. But are our employees, all the employees retained, right? We very much care for them. We care for our company secretary, also Mr. Ajay. So I hope they are very well taken care of, along with all the employees. And some businesses as usual, right? It should be as usual. HDFC, I'm talking about HDFC and HDFC Bank. Now, you have mentioned you have in HDFC over 7,000 branches. Yes, I've myself seen in Chandigarh, the branch is there, very good branch, where my friend is having an account. Their PSU banks are very few and far between. And so, what good service. Do you know what happened? Your HDFC bank prevented my friend's account of HDFC from being hacked. And at the spur of the moment, they immediately blocked her account. They rang her up. Hey, have you sent 1 rupee? No. Immediately blocked her account. Now, this is just veritable. Fit for that branch to get an award, and my friend got saved her so much money. But what research you all are doing to prevent cyber crime? I just want to know, are you doing research yourself, or are you linked with some other agency to prevent cyber crime? That is very important, because this is what I've seen with my own eyes. And one more thing I want to know, you all have branches in the north, as I told you. Hey, what about Manali branches? I mean, has the flood damaged them in any way, sir? We are asking you because we are genuinely concerned about the north. The huge floods have washed away homes and all, and hotels and houses. What about the branches? Are they safe? Of course, even if they are not, I'm sure you get to build immediately. But what problems you faced in these floods with our branches in the north? And one more thing, second, Mr. Mascarenas, about our physical shares. You know, we used to tell Mr. Deepak Parikh to tell to the government on our behalf. We used to always tell him all this, and used to place our grievances to the government. So please, now you do so. Our chemistry is on the board. All of you all are there. Please do something for us senior citizens. We should not be harassed. Because we are senior citizens, our authorities should not harass us, should not return back our physical certificates under some pretext or the other. I'm not telling you now in length, because I want to cut short our speech so that others can speak. Thank you very much. Just try to extend the date of the 30th September deadline for submitting physical share certificates. Bye.
Nice.
I wish you all the best. It's a pleasure to have met all of you all. Good day. Bye.
Thank you so much, man. Our ninth shareholder to speak is Mr. Tamal Kumar Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar, we can see you. Could you kindly unmute your microphones?
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. We can hear and see you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Respected Mr. Chakravarti, Mr. Mistry, Mr. Jagadishan, Mrs. Kanad, and other directors of the bank, myself, Tamal Kumar Majumdar, an equity shareholder from Kolkata. My special thanks to our company secretary, Mr. Haldankar, and team for sending the hard copy of the annual report well in time and keeping in touch with shareholders. Mr. Haldankar also called me before the meeting. My special thanks also to our beloved erstwhile HDFC Limited Company Secretary Ajay Agarwal and his team, consists of Arunabha Bhattacharya, Lakshmi Shetty, and others, for maintaining cordial relationship with the shareholders. Mr. Agarwal is always available over phone or mail and always ready to sort out any shareholder-related problem. He is with our group for a long time, and honestly hope that you and the board will place him in a senior position commensurate with the seniority within the group. Sir, the board of directors of the company on 4/4/2022 decided to merge the business of 45-year-old father with the business of 28-year-old offspring, HDFC Bank Limited. And after the merger, our beloved Parikhs have retired after completing his illustrious innings with the group. Sir, we are attending this meeting shortly after his retirement of corporate doyen and our beloved Mr. Parikh. After taking over from his uncle, legendary HD Parekh, he took HDFC to greater heights with teammates like KK Mistry, Renu Karnad, and others. So I always made it a point of not asking any query at the meeting where any chairman or director of a company retires as a mark of respect to the corporate doyen. Recently, I did the same thing as regards Mahindra and Mahindra meeting is concerned. Today, again, as a mark of respect to our beloved Parekh Sahab, I have again decided not to ask any question at the meeting. And I have prepared a questionnaire on the accounts of the bank and will send it to you by mail. Today, I want to share my experience in attending the meetings chaired by Mr. Parekh, and I hope that nobody will object to it. Padma Bhushan Deepak S. Parekh and HDFC are synonymous. HDFC Limited officially registered on 17/10/78 and formally launched on 22/10/78. Deepak Parekh joined HDFC Limited at DGM in November 78 at the age of 34 years, became its ED in 1983 at the age of 39 years, and chairman in February 1993 before completion of 49 years of age. He remained the chairman for more than 30 years up to the last date of its existence, that is 30/6/2023. Its merger with HDFC Bank took place with effect from 1/7/2023. HDFC Limited launched its IPO of 8.5 lakh equity shares of 100 each in 78. The issue was not totally subscribed, and stock also listed below the price. As during the year, investors thought it a bubble which will burst any time. But the so-called bubble became a respected institution under his dynamic leadership. He and his team introduced so many unique financial instruments like masala bond, etc., in order to raise money from national international market at a lower rate of interest. During the long journey, shareholders got generous dividend shares on rights issue and small premium bonus shares, etc. And its last day of the trading at the stock exchanges, its 2 rupees paid up equity share closed at BSE at 2,729.95 with a hoping market capitalization of 5,376 crore. Under his chairmanship, HDFC Bank was incorporated in August 1994 after getting in principle approval from the Reserve Bank of India. The bank commenced its operation in January 1995. Its initial public offer of 5 crore equity shares of 10 each oversubscribed 55 times at a time and subsequently listed at the BSE on 19/5/95. It is rumored that the RBI made a stipulation at the time of giving in principle approval for the bank that Deepak Parekh will not be the chairman of the bank. Due to such so-called stipulation, Shobha Singh Thakur was appointed as the chairman of the bank and chaired the first AGM held on 25/2000/1995. It is to be noted here that after Ramlingaraj, it is to be noted here, sir.
Sir, may I request you to kindly conclude your views, sir?
His
Thank you.
credibility is so high that the founder, the person who actually made this institution, you have no time to hear about him. What shareholders think about him? You are only interested in completing the meeting within 5 minutes or 2 hours.
Please continue, Mr. Majumdar. Please continue.
No, what he is doing. I am sharing my relationship with his group and is instructing to complete it. His credibility was so high that nobody, including other bidders at the Sattam takeover, took any finger of suspicion towards him. Only the Institute of Chartered Accountants India criticized his appointment on the board of Sattam, which he replied in his own style by saying, "You are not here to please people, so let them criticize." I am attending AGMs chaired by him for a long time and noticed that he used to take note of every point raised by the meeting and try to clarify those points at the time of reply. In this era, when phone lines of shareholders who raised critical queries at the AGMs are disconnected by many company managements. In the so-called name of technical glitch, Parik's attitude towards small shareholders is really an unique example. He is always nice to everybody. It's also always a pleasure talking to him at his chamber at the HDFC House, Mumbai, or at the meeting venue. I sat there as a student and asked questions on several issues, which he used to reply very clearly. Despite being a legend in his lifetime, he never showed any arrogance and always remained a simple professional with clear thinking on issues. He is a born leader and will guide us guide our policymakers in the right direction in the coming years. Recently, I met him at the HDFC House, where he said that he will shift from the building within 6 months. My honest request to the board to keep that chamber at the HDFC House as a mark of respect to him. He should be there. He should be there all through his life. I think HDFC Bank will do the needful in this regard. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majumdar. Our 10th speaker shareholder is Ms. Shobna Mehta. Ma'am?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman, Sri Antrunaji, MD and CEO, Sri Sasidharan ji, अन्य मेरे जाने माने डायरेक्टर भाइयों और शेयर होल्डर भाई बहन, मेरा नाम शोभना मेहता. गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन. सर, ई नोटिस एंड एनुअल रिपोर्ट वेल इन टाइम मिला. हमारे सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ने एनुअल रिपोर्ट वेरी कलरफुल इंफॉर्मेटिव बनाया है. सो कलरफुल ग्राफ, चार्ट एंड फोटोग्राफ की जुबानी कंपनी की, बैंक की पूरी कहानी बताने की पूरी कोशिश की है. सो एक्सलेंट प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मैं हमारे कंपनी सेक्रेटरी श्री संतोष जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को, और मर्जर के बाद श्री अजय जी और लक्ष्मी जी का भी मैं सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट में स्वागत करती हूँ. और बैलेंस शीट बनाने में जिनका भी योगदान रहा है वो सभी को भी धन्यवाद देते हुए कहूंगी, वेरी वेल डन, वेरी गुड, कीप इट अप. सर, HDFC लिमिटेड ये बैंक और लिमिटेड एंड बैंक के मर्जर के बाद मुझे एक कमी नजर आ रही है, और वो है हमारे जाने माने चेयरमैन HDFC लिमिटेड के दीपक भाई की. सो मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है और साथ में मैं प्रपोज भी करती हूँ कि हमारे डायनेमिक एंड इंटेलिजेंट श्री दीपक भाई एज अ चेयरमैन एमिरेटस हमारी कंपनी में जुड़े रहे. ऐसी कृपा करें जुड़े रहने की, क्योंकि आफ्टर द रिटायरमेंट श्री रतन टाटा जी और LNT के चेयरमैन श्री AM नायक जी भी आज भी कंपनी से जुड़े हुए हैं. सो दीपक भाई क्यों नहीं, आप मेरी रिगार्ड्स एंड गुड विशेस जरूर उनको दीजिएगा और कहिएगा कि आज हम सब ने उनको काफी मिस किया. सर, रिजल्ट देखे कि इन कंपटीशन मार्केट सिनारियो को देखते हुए कहूंगी एक्सीलेंट और एंकरेजिंग परफॉर्मेंस दिखाए है. नेट रेवेन्यू, PBT, PAT के साथ साथ बुक वैल्यू पर शेयर, अर्निंग पर शेयर वगैरह भी क्वाइट इंक्रीज रहे. साथ में सभी पैरामीटर्स अप नजर आ रहे हैं. शॉर्ट में यही कहूंगी कि ऑल राउंड इंप्रूवमेंट दिखाए हैं. और अच्छे रिजल्ट को देखते हुए आपने हमारा डिविडेंड भी इंक्रीज करते हुए ₹19 पर शेयर रेकमेंड किया है एज अगेंस्ट ऑफ ₹15.50. सो एक्सेलेंट रिजल्ट के लिए मैं आपको और आपकी पूरी एंटायर टीम को बहुत बहुत हार्दिक बधाई के साथ धन्यवाद देते हुए कहूंगी. सर, अर्निंग पर शेयर ऑफ ₹79.25 हुआ है. और आप चाहते तो राउंड फिगर ₹20 पर शेयर भी डिविडेंड रेकमेंड कर सकते थे, लेकिन आप कंजर्वेटिव रहे हो, क्योंकि डिविडेंड टैक्स भी अभी कंपनी को देना नहीं है. तो एटलीस्ट टैक्स का जो 10% बचा वो भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में करते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता. बट एनीवे, सो कहूंगी ये दिल मांगे मोर, ये दिल है कि मानता नहीं सर. तो नेक्स्ट ईयर कंपनी का 30th AGM होगी, तो प्लीज आप जरा कृपा करें डिविडेंड इंक्रीज करने की, क्योंकि अभी तो हमें सिर्फ बैंक से डिविडेंड मिलेगा. पहले हमें दो कंपनी से मिलता था, HDFC लिमिटेड से भी और बैंक से भी. तो ये कमी आपको अभी पूरी करनी होगी. और एक बधाई देना चाहूंगी, हमारी कंपनी को जो वेरियस अवार्ड्स एंड रिकॉग्निशन मिला है, इसके लिए भी मैं आपको और आपकी एंटायर टीम को बहुत बहुत हार्दिक बधाई देती हूँ. सर, जस्ट फॉर माई इंफॉर्मेशन जानना चाहूंगी कि मोर देन 100 करोड़ के डिफॉल्टर के नाम बताने की कृपा करें. क्रेडिट कार्ड्स, कार लोन वगैरह में कितने डिफॉल्टर पार्टीज है हो सके तो बताने की कृपा करें। आपके पास अभी आंसर्स रेडी ना हो तो बाद में मुझे ईमेल करवा दीजिए सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट से, तो भी चलेगा। और जो क्वेरीज आ गई है उसे रिपीटेशन न करते हुए आज आपने जो रेजोल्यूशन रखा है वो सभी में फुल्ली सपोर्ट करते हुए कंपनी के लिए शुभकामनाएं करती हूँ और कहूंगी डे बाय डे आपकी खुशियां हो जाए डबल, आपकी जिंदगी से दूर रहे हर ट्रबल, भगवान आप सबको रखे बिल्कुल फिट। अब आपकी बैंक में और जिंदगी में आने वाले हर दिन हो सुपरहिट। यही शुभकामना के साथ सर मैं आपको और आपकी एंटायर टीम को रक्षाबंधन की 30 तारीख को है अगस्त को आने वाले सभी त्योहारों की भी शुभकामनाएं देते हुए कहूंगी फूलों की खुशबू, कलियों की बहार, चांद की चांदनी, अपनों का प्यार, मुबारक आप सबको आने वाले सभी त्योहार। आप सबकी हेल्थ एंड वेल्थ हमेशा अच्छी बनी रहे। यही शुभकामना के साथ आई विश ऑल ऑफ यू टू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द फ्यूचर सक्सेस। आज की ये मीटिंग में जुड़ने के लिए मुझे श्री संतोष जी, अजय जी और लक्ष्मी जी ने हेल्प की है, तो पूरी सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट को मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ और साथ में जूम टीम को भी धन्यवाद देती हूँ। और दीपक भाई को मेरी रिगार्ड्स एंड गुड विशेस जरूर दीजिएगा। ऑल द बेस्ट। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next shareholder who registered to speak, Mr. Ronald Fernandez, has not joined the meeting. So we move on to our 12th speaker shareholder, Mr. Ajay Venkatesh Bhagwat. Mr. Bhagwat, we can see you. Please unmute your microphone and go ahead and speak.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you as well.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you all. Myself, Ajay Bhagwat, an ex-employee of HDFC Bank. I've worked there for the last 16 years and I had retired on medical grounds. I have just logged in as a speaker to sincerely, with folded hands, to thank Shashi sir, as he has approved my Mediclaim reimbursement, which I had, in the last AGM, I had requested to kindly provide me medical reimbursement, Mediclaim premium reimbursement. And on the 16th of July, last AGM, he had assured in the concluding section that Ajay, I will do something for you. I will ask my team to do something for you. And Geeta ji from HR has coordinated for the last 2 years. And Shashi sir has approved 10 years medical premium reimbursement. Thank you, sir. God bless you. This is the only reason I had logged in as a speaker. Thank you very much, sir. This was of great help to me. Goodbye. Bye.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next shareholder to speak, number 13, Praful Chowda. Mr. Chowda, we can see you.
Okay.
And we can hear you. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
आवाज आ रही है सर?
Yes, sir.
थैंक यू सर। मैं हैदराबाद से प्रफुल्ल चावला बोल रहा हूँ सर। और खास तौर पे कंपनी का मर्जर के बाद एक रिपोर्ट आया था कि आपकी बैंक वर्ल्ड में 4 नंबर हो गई है। तो मैं एस्ट्रोलॉजी के हिसाब से यही कहूँगा कि 29 जो इसका एजीएम अच्छा जाता है और 33 ड्यू कोर्ट में आने के बाद 39 तक अच्छा ही रहता है और 39 एजीएम रहेंगी जब ये अपने वर्ल्ड का नंबर 1 बैंक हो जाएगा। वो आप लिख के रख लो, ये मेरी गारंटी है सर। मैं बोलता हूँ वो होता है। वो आप देखो कि 330 चालू होने के बाद कंपनी और कितनी आगे बढ़ेगी। सर पेज नंबर 93 पे लिखा है टू से सेफ फॉर एनी फाइनेंशियल बोर्ड फॉलोज विजिलेंटी। वेरी गुड सर, मुझे जानकारी चाहिए थी, मिली। तो ये अपनी पूरी बैंक की ब्रांचों में लगाना चाहिए सर, पूरी ब्रांच में लगाना चाहिए। जैसे कि आपने एक फोटो लगाया है कि रिजर्व बैंक ने कुछ अनाउंसमेंट किया है। मैं बैंक में जाता हूँ, मैं पढ़ता नहीं हूँ, पर अमिताभ बच्चन का बड़ा फोटो देखता हूँ। तो रिजर्व बैंक ने कहीं भी नहीं कहा है कि अमिताभ बच्चन का फोटो ये साइज का लगाना। पर आप अमिताभ बच्चन का बड़ा फोटो लगा के पढ़ने के लिए 1 फीट से दूर जाना पड़ता है। 1 फीट दूर बोर्ड से रहे तो पढ़ सकते हो। ऐसा नहीं करके अमिताभ बच्चन की पब्लिसिटी मत करो। रिजर्व बैंक जो कहा वो हमको जानकारी मिला, ऐसा बड़े वर्ष में लिखो। सर लोन लेते हैं आदमी, लोन लेने के बाद पे नहीं करता है तो हाउस है तो हाउस का ऑप्शन हो जाता है, फ्लैट है तो फ्लैट का ऑप्शन हो जाता है। तो अपने फ्लैट भी उठा नहीं सकते और हाउस भी उठा नहीं सकते। तो कार क्यों सर? कार जो आदमी लोन पे नहीं करता है, 2 व्हीलर पे नहीं करता है, तो इसके घर पे जाके ऑप्शन करना सर। आप 2 व्हीलर आपके अंडर में ले लेते हो, 4 व्हीलर अंडर में ले लेते हो, कोई जगह पे खाली जगह है मैं रख दे तो 1 साल पड़ा रहता है, वो स्क्रैप हो जाता है, गाड़ी जो काम का ही नहीं रहता है। फिर वो कोई खरीदता है तो इसके ऊपर आप रेंट भी लेते हो कि वहां रखे उसका रेंट। इसके बदले इसके घर पे जाके ऑप्शन हुआ तो आदमी का अड़ोसी पड़ोसी आजू बाजू वाले नेबर देखेंगे कि साला बाजू में लेके लोन नहीं पेर रहा था, कैसा फोड़ आदमी है। पड़ोसी को पता चलना चाहिए कि आदमी लोन से चलाता था गाड़ी, लोन नहीं भरा तो इसकी बेइज्जत होती, तो पता चलता लोन भरने वाले रहते हैं। सर दूसरी बात है, आपने स्टाफ को एजुकेशन देना जरूरी है। आपका स्टाफ एजुकेटेड नहीं है, मैनेजर भी नहीं है, असिस्टेंट मैनेजर भी नहीं है। मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूं, मैं HDFC का अकाउंट होल्डर हूं, मेरा सेविंग अकाउंट भी है। HDFC के लिए मैं UPI नंबर पूछने को गया, मेरे को UPI नंबर होना, स्टॉक मार्केट में मेरे को HDFC अकाउंट में इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है, मेरे को IPO भरना है। 6 महीने तक परेशान किया मुझे, लेटर लिख के दियो, लेटर लिख के दिया कि मेरा अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो गया है, तो ओपन होते ही मेरे को UPI नंबर मिल जाएगा। इसके बाद मुझे बोले कि आपका BSNL का सिम है, BSNL भारत संचार का सिम रहा तो इसमें नहीं होता। इसके बाद बोले आप ये करो वो करो ये करो वो करो, 6 महीने निकल गया। मैनेजर भी परेशान है, असिस्टेंट मैनेजर पर आपका स्टाफ भी परेशान। इसको ये जानकारी नहीं है कि HDFC को UPI नंबर नहीं मिलता। मैंने जब दूसरी बैंकों में बात पूछा, दूसरी बैंक के AGM में बात पूछा, जब मुझे पता चला कि HDFC इंस्टीट्यूट कोई भी है जो इन्वेस्टर इंडिविजुअल नहीं है, उसको UPI नंबर नहीं मिलता। आपके मैनेजर को किसी को नहीं पता सर। दूसरा बात, मैं आपके बैंक में गया, मरते मरते बचा हूँ, मेरा हार्ट अटैक आ जाता था, ऐसा आपके बैंक ने मेरा मैनेजर ने किया। मैंने 2-2 हजार रुपये के नोट वहां रखे कि आपके पूरे ब्रांच में हो सकता है, मैं आपकी नजर जमाना चाहता हूँ। 2-2 हजार रुपये के 10 नोट रखे, इधर फिराए उधर फिराए, 3-4 आदमी फिरा के 10 मिनट के बाद एक मैडम मैनेजर के पास गया। मैनेजर के पास जाने के बाद उन्हें आवाज लगाया बाहर, सीरियस मैटर है आओ, सीरियस मैटर है आओ। एक ऑफिसर को मिलाया, मैं बोला सीरियस मैटर है, मेरा नोट डुप्लीकेट होगा, अभी पुलिस आके पकड़ के लेके जाएंगी, मेरे घर में रेड होगी, मेरे दामाद के घर पे रेड होगी, मेरे पास 800 फोन में 800 फोन नंबर है, सबके घर में रेड डालेंगे पुलिस। साला डुप्लीकेट का धंधा करता है, नोट कहां से लाता है। मेरे को हार्ट अटैक आ जाता था। सीरियस मैटर बोल के पुकारे। सर ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए उन्हें, सीरियस मैटर कुछ भी नहीं था, साइन कौन करना बोल के था, सीरियस मैटर बोल के कस्टमर को हेबत में डाल दिया। ऐसे तो कई किस्से है सर। आप तो लास्ट ईयर नहीं 2021 में बोला था, हमें रत्तापुरी ब्रांच में आके एक बार आप यूनिट विजिट करो तो पता चलता कि ये मच्छी मार्केट है, बैंक का वो नहीं है, सीनियर सिटीजन को बैठने के लिए एक सीट नहीं है, कोई उठता नहीं है। क्यों बोले तो जो लोग आते हैं वो ऐसे लोग आते हैं कि उठने नहीं देते। जैसे यहाँ स्पीकर आते हैं, समझदार आते हैं, मेरे जैसे समझदार आके 3 मिनट के बदले 6 मिनट बोलते हैं, शेर शायरी बोलते हैं। अगर सब शेर शायरी नहीं आए और बोलना है, अगर कोई ठुमका लगाने को आता है, मुजरा करने वाले कोई शोल्डर है, तो क्या आपके सामने मुजरा करना क्या? क्यों शेर शायरी बोलने देते हैं? शेर शायरी बंद करा दो। ये मस्करन मैडम एक ही स्पीकर के ऊपर 2 आदमी क्यों बोलते हैं 10 मिनट? इसको क्यों बंद नहीं कर सकते? बंद कर दो इसको। हर एक में जूम वाला इसका फेशियल आदमी है क्या? जूम वाला दोनों को परमिशन देता है, हर देता है। और पब्लिक, मैं भी पब्लिसिटी करता हूँ मेरे भगवान की, गणपति की, वो भी पब्लिसिटी करते हैं उसकी। आप लोग टोकते हो 3-4 मिनट होने के बाद। वो मस्करन 10 मिनट बोले, गौतम तिवारी 7 मिनट बोले, भावेश 7 मिनट बोले, आशा लता 5 मिनट बोले, इसमें 2 मिनट का तो इसका शेर और शायरी रहता है। तो सर ऐसा क्यों करते हो? आपका बैंक का जो भी मैं स्पीच दिया मेरे को वीडियो भेजना, ताकि मैं मिस्टेक करा, कुछ गलती करा तो मैं सुधार सकूं। स्टाफ को एजुकेशन दो ताकि पता चले। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you very much, Mr. Praful Chowda. We are now attempting to reconnect with Ms. H.S. Patel. We had an audio issue earlier. We are attempting to reconnect with Ms. H.S. Patel.
Hello.
Ma'am, we can hear you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. On the first trial, I was not connected because my mobile was mentioning that the host is not unmuting you. The host is not unmuting you. This was mentioned on my mobile. I do not know why this multimedia people are doing like this. Anyway, respected Chairman, Mr. Atanu Chakravarti sir, Shashidharan Chakravarti, Mr. Shashidharan, our MD and CEO, other respected directors on the board, Mr. Kaizad Barucha and others, and our CFO and our CS, Mr. Santosh Haldankar. He or his team, nobody from his team has ever bothered to check that whether we are connected or not connected. Year after year, this is being done. This time also, it was HDFC team who has taken care to see that we are coming as speakers, what is our speaker number, whether we are comfortably, even now when I was not connected on the first attempt, this is the second attempt that they have given me, and HDFC their team has tried. Ajay Agarwal's team has tried this. Lakshmi, Kritika, Vaishali, thank you very much for this trouble that you have taken for me. Mr. Atanu Chakravarti, please note this. The speaker before me also, of course, I do not know, but yes, some points of his were very true. Very true. You must take care of this in your secretarial department. Anyway, I leave it to you and to God. So we had HDFC is a father and HDFC Bank is a child. In many, even in human cases, even in big cases, and even in small areas also, I find that innumerable times the young generation discards the elder generation. We feel very sorry for the whole HDFC team, which was started by Deepak Parekh, his father and his uncle, and the family. The HDFC was encouraged and progressed by very good directors in the name of Renu Kannad, Keki Mistry, and so on. We here miss them out. I very badly miss out Deepak Parekh and Keki Mistry. They were the genius of HDFC. Please do not let them go. Why Deepak Parekh is not even he is not even an additional director. He is not he may not be a whole-time director or that, but at least let him be an additional director on the board. Independent director he may not be, and we want Keki Mistry to be not only additional director but an independent director also. Also, there are very few parcels on the board of HDFC Bank. Why is it so? We have only Kaizad Barucha and that one another Parsi. That's all. Why there are no Parsis? Are we not literate culture of India? We are the most literate community of India. And there are no Parsis on the board. There are no Parsis in the management team. It's really surprising. And Mr. Santosh Haldankar, please follow the footsteps of Mr. Ajay Agarwal. He was very, very helpful to the shareholders. He was very touchy. Bank is prospering because of HDFC. Let me see after him, after Deepak Parekh and Keki Mistry and the previous CEO and MD of our HDFC, how this HDFC Bank is prospering. Really, it is time for people to see this. I would like to know, where do you see HDFC Bank, especially after the merger, 3-4 years hence? Today, HDFC Bank has surpassed all other banks in the market cap. Their FD rate is 6.25, while SBI market rate is 6.10 and ICICI is 6.5. I also congratulate all the employees of the bank. They have worked hard to receive various awards for the bank. Here, I would like to draw special attention for Mr. Sashidharan. I'm congratulating you, MD and CEO, for getting the award of the Business Standard Banker Award of the Year. Congratulations to you, Mr. Sashidharan. And one more thing, that you are the highest paid CEO in terms of remuneration in India. Now and it is very, very true. Many shareholders have objected. Sir, you have given a very good speech, very, very illuminating, and we came to know many good things about the bank. But sir, your speech lasted for quite sometimes 10, 12, 15 minutes. We shareholders are given only 3 minutes. For a whole book consists of so many pages, 400, 500 pages, and you're telling us to talk only for 3 minutes. Even introduction with the directors and the people take away 4-5 minutes. It's very, very surprising. And let me tell you that Hathway Berkshire, when they hold, and various other foreign banks and where other depositories are there, the meeting is lasting from morning 9:30, 10 o'clock to night 10 o'clock. There the multimedia people type are not there for conducting the meeting. That बस हमको HDFC का बैंक का पैसा मिल गया, चेक मिल गया, बस हो गया. हम लोग 2-2 मिनट में खत्म करके 2 घंटे के 3 घंटे के अंदर खत्म कर देंगे. Please don't adopt such attitude. Please, because only once in a year we shareholders get the chance to speak. This is shareholders meeting. This is not board meeting. Full right shareholders have to speak. I don't say that you consume 15-20 minutes, half hour. No, but give us at least 10-15 minutes to speak once in a year. Very surprising. Anyway, when you after the closing of the meeting, when you will go to have lunch, you all will have it for 1 hour, 2 hours. But here you are asking us only for 3 minutes speak. Very surprising. Anyway, I'm coming out with my questions. As I said before, I would like to have Mr. Deepak Parekh and Mr. Keki Mistry on the board, either additional director Keki Mistry. I would like to have him as an independent director also. Sir, why this annual report is an integrated annual report given to me? I do not know whether I alone have been given the integrated report or it is only integrated report on this 29th AGM of HDFC Bank. It's quite surprising. And that too, I had to remind Mr. Ajay Agarwal to send me the report of the bank. This team has worked excellently, very well in all these years for the shareholders. And I hope this team should remain as a secretarial head for HDFC Bank also. Sir,
ma'am,
shareholders are getting higher. Please wait, Hugo. Hugo, please wait. Please don't talk to me. Yeah,
right,
you have been always very rude and arrogant with the shareholders. Anyway, all the shareholders are complaining, but very few have the guts to speak the truth. And the truth is always bitter. And it is only the truth which will win. Always truth wins. And I follow the path of truth in my life. I'm not bothered about what others speak. Anyway, sir, shareholders have got very good dividend from HDFC. Under your leadership, I'm sure that this practice of getting good dividend for the shareholders will continue even in HDFC Bank. This legacy, this practice should be continued. We have hard-earned money. I have invested a lot of money in HDFC Bank right from the inception. We were working class people. I have not invested. My forefathers and all have not invested in HDFC. I have invested my hard-earned salary as a working class people. So I'm sure that bank will continue the legacy of HDFC also. And even the goodness of the secretarial department should also be continued with the shareholders. Due to the merger, HDFC branches, HDFC branches, will it become HDFC Bank branches also? Will this be the same with the bank in all the HDFC branches? Then what will be the terms of the terms with the employees of HDFC with effect for the post-merger? Due to this merger, how many employees have resigned? And what is the attrition rate that is affected after the post-merger? If you could throw some light on it, please. What will be the so the very surprising point here is the balance sheet. After the merger, the balance sheet amount figures have increased considerably. Cash balance, bank balance is overflowing, and you are giving us dividend only of 19 rupees. This only shows that the practice of HDFC is not going to be followed by the bank. Is it so? Is it so? Sorry, I'm negating because my turn as a speaker, I lost. Many points were spoken away by other shareholders. Also, the size of the balance sheet has become so small in the printing, in the annual report. Very, very small. It is on page 318. Half a page only balance sheet. Why in detail form it is not given by the finance people? Why it is in the short form? Please throw light on that. As the Cadilla point is already spoken by other shareholders, so I will not come on that point. Sir, deposit agents and home loan, how will HDFC Bank deal with that of the HDFC? Deposit agents of HDFC and home loan for HDFC, how HDFC Bank is going to do this? Please throw some light on this. Please do throw some light on this. We want an answer, please. Once in a year we have this. Many companies have the practice of not answering the shareholders also, and it is very surprising why I'm investing in such companies. Sir, the fear of COVID is gone since last 2-3 years. Still, this time, even though it is after merger, very important meeting this is, still it was not physical. Why? It was very comfortably for so many companies have done physical meetings. Why have we not done physical meeting this time? Because extra work would be levied on Haldankar, on the company secretariat department. Is it so? I'm asking. I don't know. But it should have been done. Physical meeting was very important in today's meeting. Today's meeting ought to have been a physical meeting rather than keeping it as a OAVC meeting. At least we could have met the old directors of HDFC, the secretarial team of HDFC. Please let me know what will be the position of the secretarial team and CFO after this merger. Please, sir, let me know. Because the secretarial team of HDFC is much senior to that of HDFC Bank. And we are highly ill-treated by your bank. I'm really dissatisfied. I feel very bad, and I don't know. Anyway, I wish I once again thank the secretarial department of HDFC and even the bank people, the people who have worked hard in the bank during the winter, during the monsoon season, during this hot summer. Thank you very much for giving good result. Though we have not received good dividend from the management team, the results have been quite good. The cash is overflowing as the population of India is overflowing and destroying the nutrition of the soil. Like that, the cash balance of the bank is overflowing. But nothing is only because grams and chana and sing dal deta hai shareholders ke liye. Anyway, whatever it is, that is our luck. I was going to thank even this multimedia because in other companies they have treated me very well and very good amount of way they have treated the shareholders also. I would like to know the flagship program which is there. Will it be of HDFC? I hope and I wish that it should be continued by the bank also. Mr. Sashidharan, you are an MD, and today the bank price is 1626. It is not even in 2 digit of thousands. It is only in 1 digit of thousand. On this 29th AGM. I really wish that even though the profit is so very high, skyrocketing, the share price has not increased so much. I thank everybody for this, for giving me an opportunity to speak. And my special thanks to Mr. Ajay Agarwal. I also thank Mr. Haldankar for this annual report. And God bless everybody. All the best to you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We move on to our 14th shareholder, Ms. Anisha Kathotia. Ms. Kathotia, we can see you. Could you kindly unmute your microphone and speak?
Yes. Respected Chairman, sir, Managing Director, sir, and the other esteemed board members, I am Anisha Kathotia, a proud shareholder and a member of Millennium Mams. Sir, net interest margin has been going down for the bank. What is the reason behind this? And where do we see it going in the future? Thank you.
We appear to have lost connectivity. We'll move on to our next shareholder, who is present. Mr. Mukesh Ajmera, speaker number 15, is not present. Neither is Santosh Kumar Saraf, speaker number 16. We shall move on to our 17th shareholder who registered, Mamta Manoj Choraria. Mr. Santosh Kumar Saraf, thank you. We can see you now, sir.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, उपस्थित निर्देशक मंडल के सदस्यगण, अधिकारीगण और कर्मचारीगण, मैं संतोष कुमार सराफ आप सभी को नमस्कार करता हूं। आशा करता हूं आप लोग अच्छे स्वास्थ्य में और सुरक्षित होंगे सर। सर, मैं मैनेजमेंट को धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनकी टीम को और उनके स्टाफ को, जिनकी मेहनत के कारण आज हमें 15 50 डिविडेंड पर शेयर पे 19 डिविडेंड पर शेयर पे मिल रहा है सर। 1 रुपये वो 19 रुपया, बहुत अच्छा डिविडेंड के लिए मैं वो अपने स्टाफ का भी आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, आपका भी करता हूँ सर। सर, लोगों ने काफी कुछ कहा और कुछ तो ऐसे जो आप समझते हम ही बैंक में एमडी है, अच्छा बिहार नहीं लगता सर हमें सुनने में। मेरे जो पहले स्पीकर थे उनका बिहार मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा। मैं उनकी तरफ से मैं आपसे क्षमा चाहता हूँ एज ए शेयर होल्डर सर। सर, एक तो ये है कि हमारा जो ग्रुप है अब मर्ज हो गया सर, काफी अच्छा है सर। ये हमारे ग्रुप के जो हेड से सेक्रेटरी साहब, उनका स्टेटस क्या है ये बताइए सर। अजय अग्रवाल जी का और उनकी टीम में जो हमारे लक्ष्मी सेठी है, उनका प्रेजेंट स्टेटस क्या है और फ्यूचर में क्या प्लानिंग है बताइएगा। क्योंकि अजय अग्रवाल जी ऐसे आदमी थे जो हमसे दिन साल में 1-2 बार बात करते थे, हाल चाल पूछते थे। इतने कोऑर्डिनेट और इतने मतलब प्रेमी आदमी हमें कम ही मिलते थे। ऐसा चाहूंगा कि उनको कोई ना कोई ऐसा भारत दिया जाए पब्लिक रिलेशन का, जिससे वो हमसे कनेक्ट रहे सर। और सर, मैं एक चीज और कहूँ कि अब तक मर्जर बैंक काफी बड़ी हो गई है, इसमें HDFC के जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर थे जो आपके लिए फिक्स डिपॉजिट कलेक्शन करते थे, उनके लिए अभी मैंने सुना कि काफी नियम करे कर दिए। तो मेरे कहने का मतलब ये सर, जो HDFC के फिक्स डिपॉजिट थे वो बहुत सी गृहणियां भी थी और बहुत से ऐसे थे जो कभी LIC आदि नहीं करते थे, और बहुत ऐसे भी जो LIC करते हैं। अब उनके लिए आप कंडीशन रख रहे हो कि आपको साल में इतनी LIC भी देनी पड़ेगी। हाउ इज पॉसिबल सर? LIC एजेंट दूसरे LIC कैसे करेगा? एक नंबर। दूसरे जो फिक्स डिपॉजिट करते थे वो दूसरा कोई काम जानते नहीं थे, आज उनका मार्केटिंग करने बोलोगे, लोन लाने के लिए बोलोगे, हाउ इज पॉसिबल सर? तो उनका स्टेटस आप मैंने सुना चेंज कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत गलत चीज है। उनके लिए एक स्पेशल रिलेशन चाहिए, क्योंकि उन्होंने पिछले 10 वर्षों तक HDFC की सेवा की है, HDFC के लिए बिजनेस कलेक्शन किया है। हाथ कर उनका स्टेटस अगर चेंज करते हैं तो हमारे जैसे बूढ़े आदमी जो है कहाँ से अपने आप को ढालेंगे सर। तो मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, इस पर विचार करिए, क्योंकि देखिए हमने कंडीशन के ऊपर में उनको बिजनेस ला के दिया था। आज मिनटों में अगर वो कंडीशन आप अप्लाई चेंज करते हैं तो शायद मैं सोचता ठीक नहीं है, विचार करिएगा। मैं और ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कहूँगा। एक बार है कि आपका फीमेल एम्प्लॉय की संख्या एट प्रेजेंट 27% है सर, तो आप तक मर्जर इनकी संख्या क्या रही परसेंटेज हो तो बताइएगा। कि HDFC में काफी फीमेल थी और आपके यहाँ भी 20% थी, तो दोनों मर्जर के बाकी तो एनुअल रिपोर्ट है नहीं हमारे पास में, तो उसका स्टेटस क्या है ये भी बताने का कष्ट करिएगा सर। और सर मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कहूंगा कि बहुत पर्सन अभी तो मर्जर हुआ है, रिजल्ट तो हम सामने साल देखेंगे सर। सिर्फ इतना रिक्वेस्ट है, बीसी मीटिंग काफी अच्छी होती है, इससे बाहर वाले शेयर होल्डर भी आपके प्रति और अपने कर्मचारी के प्रति जो काम करते हैं अपना आभार प्रकट कर सकते हैं सर। अतः आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि फ्यूचर में अगर फिजिकल मीटिंग करते भी हैं तो बीसी का ऑप्शन रखिए, जिससे जो पूरे इंडिया या फॉरेन में भी कोई शेयर होल्डर है तो आपसे अटेंड करके अपनी बात प्रकट कर ले। ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए जितने भी हमारे एसोसिएट है यानी कर्मचारी, डायरेक्टर, सेक्रेटरी लेवल के, उन सब के उनकी फैमिली को 2023-24 फाइनेंशियल 2023 की शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ उन सभी के लिए, उनकी फैमिली के लिए फाइनेंशियल 2023-24 हेल्दी, वेल्दी और पॉसिबिलिटी के साथ व्यतीत हो सर। नमस्कार। यह है कि मैंने जो कही एचडीएफसी मर्जर के बाद में डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर की स्टेटस उस पर जरूर विचार करिएगा। नमस्कार।
Thank you very much, Mr. Santosh Kumar Saraf. We shall now connect with Mr. Mukesh V. Ajmera. Speaker number 15, Mr. Mukesh V. Ajmera.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, you're audible, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, just now. Thank you, Mr. Jagadishan. Chairman Sri Chakraborty, Vanakkam Sri Sashidhar Jagadishan. All of us have been waiting for a very long time, more than everybody's time. In case it gets disconnected, please do reconnect to me, because I have some very important things to talk to the management, which is in the interest of the company as well as the shareholders also. At the outset, I would like to express my thankfulness and gratitude to Sri Deepak Parekh for creating a topmost institution in the country. All of us are very proud of it. And as many speakers mentioned, he should be on the board of directors. And I would even go to the point of saying he should be the chairman emeritus or a mentor chairman, whatever you call it, how Mr. Narayan Murthy was for Infosys. Because he knows the company since his childhood, and I'm sure he can contribute substantially. There are three major things I would like to talk about. It is extremely important for the management. I request all of you to please pay attention to it. The first thing is, Mr. Jagadishan, if you recall, I talked last year also, but nothing has happened. And that is about the credit card. See, credit card, you have reward points, and they are expiring after some time. Why do they expire? As I understand, only human beings are supposed to expire, not the rewards we get, nor the salary all of us get, nor anything that we get as a bonus or anything else. Why are the credit cards expiring? If possible, I would like to have the profit and loss analysis of that, in terms of by expiring them, how much the company is gaining. And there are a lot of other areas where we don't even get the points. So as a leading bank, as a customer friendly bank, it is supposed to be, you should be the leader in creating a new benchmark in our country. As you might be aware, many years ago in the US, the airlines abolished the expiry. I'm talking about almost 30-40 years back. And so all the other reward points are not having any expiry. So why should we? So please look into this. It's extremely, extremely important. It's like, making a fool of us eventually, if we are not able to utilize it. It should be left to us. Even after we die, it should be transferable to whoever we want, even when we are alive. So let us, India is now coming of age in several areas, and the Prime Minister is talking about ease of living. So let us have a country which is at par with global lot of things, and customer relationship management is the next topic I want to talk about. We should migrate to a very stable customer relationship platform, which it is not. In fact, it is not across the banking industry. Our Prime Minister is talking about ease of living. We don't even have peace of living, leave alone ease of living. It is difficulty of living that still exists. And there are many different areas which have to be centralized, where it is necessary to use. When I used to write to Aditya Puri, Mr. Aditya Puri, once upon a time for any issue, like after playing musical chair, it used to come to the branch. Branch does not have jurisdiction over it. They don't have decision-making power. They don't even have the system with them. The system is in Mumbai, and for which I had come also many years back for changing one little thing, which is for sweep account, you used to have FIFO, first in, first out, long ago. I was instrumental in enabling into LIFO, life, last in, first out, which is how it should be. And RBI should have given this directive to all the banks. And many such prick points are there, many thorns are there. And people, because human nature is adaptable, we end up living hota hai, chalta hai, and people end up carrying on. What I would suggest is, for any systemic issue, have a very powerful back-end team at like a call center in Mumbai. Let people talk to them directly instead of wasting your branches man hours. If you have to calculate in terms of profitability, hundreds of crores are being lost in the branch dealing with it, the branch 2-3 people, then head office 2-3 people. Let the connection be straight to the people who are knowledgeable in Mumbai. They should be able to decide, and many problems are resolvable in a matter of no time. By playing this musical chair, the company is losing too much of
May I request you to kindly
opinion.
conclude your questions, please, sir? Thank you, sir.
Yes, I will. One of the ladies was talking for almost half an hour, at least 20-25 minutes. And I'm very thankful to you to allow people to talk as much as they want. But in future, there's one of the things that can be done is you have a pre-recorded video, say of 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes. That will save a lot of time too. Now, one last thing I would like to talk about is many investors have grievances about shares and other things. Though our regulators and many others say we are simplifying things, in reality, once again, like there is no ease of living. In one of the other companies, one of large South Indian groups, my mother's shares are not being transmitted to me for 23 years. It has become my life mission. Is it what ease of living is, as the Prime Minister is talking about? There are simpler ways of discovering. See, it is our shares, it's our family shares. It should come to us. And some God knows what kind of rules. It goes to I don't know how we are protected, nor are we educated. In fact, it should be the other way around. IEPF needs to be educated as to how to deal with these kind of issues. It's no rocket science. It is resolvable. RBI, Finance Ministry, and even regulators should form a panel, including shareholders, to simplify ways of enabling all these things. It's extremely, extremely important. You must be aware that 2 lakh crores of public money is lying unclaimed with the government, and it's a shame. In Rajat, Azadi Ka Rajat Mahotsav, 75th year of independence, and that is in banks, it's shares and dividends, it is insurance policies, because people who are claiming them when they are alive, it is not claimable because of the kind of hegemony of the British legacy of rules and regulations and procedures. And there are many such things. So the like-minded people need to do something about it, and I would request HDFC Bank and many other large corporates to also get involved with these kind of issues. Sri Atanu Chakrabarti has been in the government, so please do look into this. It's a very serious matter. In fact, this matter should reach the Prime Minister only he can change some of these things, like Swachhata Abhiyan. Thank you very much. All
Thank
the
you,
best.
sir. Thank you very much, sir. Our 17th shareholder to speak is Mamta Manoj Choralia. Ma'am, we can see you. Kindly unmute your microphone and speak.
Good afternoon, Chairman, sir, and all the esteemed board members. I'm a proud shareholder and a Millennium Man's member. Our bank is growing multifold. Big NBFCs like Bajaj Finance are also growing multifold. Will there be any healthy competition? That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We move on to our next shareholder. Speaker number 21, Manoj Kumar Gupta. Our speaker number 18, Vinay Vishnu Bede. Number 19, Sushma Chanda. And number 20, Raj Kumari have not joined. So we move on to number 21, Manoj Kumar Gupta. Mr. Gupta, can you kindly unmute your microphone?
Yeah, good afternoon, respected Chairman, Board of Directors, fellow shareholders. My name is Manoj Kumar Gupta. I've joined this meeting from Calcutta. First of all, I feel proud to be a part of HDFC. And we become the shareholder before merger and after merger. And I congratulate to you and your team for the good result of the company and excellent dividend, rupees 19 on per share to the shareholders, in spite of several challenges. And sir, I will not take much time like at Patel and Mr. Azmira. I please convey our best wishes to Mr. Deepak Parekh. We wish to God for his healthy and prosperous, safe, long life. And sir, what step you will take against the defaulters and how you will recover the money and how much amount is due, block and claim from the credit card holders and average rate of interest of the credit card holders dues and how you will reward to the shareholders in future. And my best wishes to the company secretary thanks to him and his team for help us to join this meeting through VC, and wish to God to give you more success to take the bank on new heights, because our bank has become the second largest bank in the country and fourth largest bank in the world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manoj Kumar Gupta. We move on to our 22nd shareholder who registered, Swaran Latha.
Hello.
Ma'am, we can hear you. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman, sir, Board of Directors, and fellow shareholders joining the meeting globally. Sir, I have full faith in the management as the company is giving us a good dividend. All my queries have been covered in the chairman's speech as well as the questions raised by other shareholders. Sir, but I want to know that what is this special reserve wherein the bank has transferred 500 crore rupees? And I will not take much of your time as it's already we have a very limited time. So I would like to convey my thanks to our company secretary, Mr. Santosh Ji, CFO, Mr. Srinivasan, and Madam Lakshmi Ji and Ajay Agarwal Ji, who assisted me for the submission of Form 15H for dividend purpose. At last, I hope the management will follow this platform of VC to conduct the shareholder meeting in future also, so that the shareholders like me can express our views from faraway places. Thank you and all the best, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We move on to our 23rd speaker shareholder, Namrata Chirag Parekh. Ma'am, we can see you. Kindly unmute your microphone and speak.
Good afternoon to the respected chairman, MD, and all the esteemed board members. I am Namrata, a very proud shareholder of HDFC Bank and a member of Millennium Mans. My question to you is that technology is going to be instrumental for the next leg of growth in the bank. How well are we prepared for this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We have a few speakers who logged in but did not join the meeting. Mr. Manjit Singh, Mr. Sarvjit Singh, Savita Rani, Kamal Kishore Jhavar, Gaurav Leeladhar Rosatkar, Sharad Kumar Jivraj Shah, Nirupama Sharad Shah, Rajesh Chailani, Surendra Sharad Kumar Shah, And we now have Mr. Karthik Trivedi, speaker number 33, who will be speaking. Sir, could you kindly unmute your microphone and go ahead and speak? So we can see you. You'll
Hello.
need to.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can hear and see you. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon and best wishes on the merged balance sheet. And Atanu sir, congratulations on the merger. And Sashi sir, to you also. About just what happened to video. Okay. I don't know what happened to the video.
Sir, don't worry. Go ahead and speak with the audio. You'll have a better audio quality if you keep the video off right now.
So the thing is that the first one is CSR activity. So I think so again, an issue has been come up of the shortfall in the CSR spending. The CSR spending is just due to, I think so, unspread. So it is concentrated on some certain areas. It is not concentrated on all the states. So that is one thing. Just a minute, I will. I think so. The moderator has locked my. I think so. I am unable to speak. Hello.
You are
Can you hear me?
audible, Mr. Trivedi. Please go ahead. You're audible.
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you. Please go ahead, sir. Okay, we do appear to have lost connectivity with Mr. Trivedi. We move on to speaker number 34, Hasmukhlal T. Vora.
Hello.
Mr. Vora? Speaker number 34, Hasmukhlal T. Vora. Sir, could you kindly unmute your microphone and speak? Mr. Vora? If you could kindly unmute your microphone and go ahead and speak. Okay, there appears to be a connectivity problem with Mr. Vora's audio. We'll move on to our 35th speaker, Jayarashmi Jayantilal Sangvi. Sir, you'll need to unmute your microphone, sir. We can see you.
Hello, now can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you, sir.
ओके सर, मुझे आपसे कहना है कि चेयरमैन एंड डायस पे बैठे हुए सभी लोगों को, एमडी को प्रणाम, जय जिनेंद्र। सर, मैं शेयर होल्डर हूं जब से एचडीएफसी के पहले जो था म्यूचुअल फंड, सबका मैं शेयर होल्डर रहा हूं। लेकिन मुझे एचडीएफसी के मैंने अगेंस्ट प्रॉपर्टी लोन लिया था, मुझे बहुत ही बुरा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ, तो फिर मैंने वहां से बंद करके मैं चला गया सिटी बैंक में, जहाँ पे इंटरेस्ट रेट भी बहुत कम था। ऑफ कोर्स मेरा सिटी बैंक का रिलेशन मोर देन 4 डिकेड था। सर, मुझे ये बात इसलिए कहनी पड़ती है, अगर मैं जो कह रहा हूँ, मेरा जो सजेशन है, मेरा जो कुछ कंप्लेंट समझो या सजेशन समझो, अगर आप इम्प्रूव करते हो तो इन फ्यूचर के लिए, सभी के बैंक के लिए और सभी क्लाइंट के लिए भी बेटर होगा। सर, इसलिए अभी मैं वापस खास रिपीट कर रहा हूं कि 2 दिन पहले मुझे एचडीएफसी बैंक वार्डन रोड से कॉल आया कि आपने हमारे बैंक में क्यों अकाउंट बंद करके आप दूसरे जगह क्यों चला गया। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि आपको कैसे पता चला, तो बोलता है मुझे ईमेल आया हुआ है, इससे मैं आपको, कोई ऑफिसर ने मेरे से बात किया, तभी मैंने उनको समझाया कि ये सारा चीजें मुझे आपके यहाँ पसंद नहीं आया, जो इंटरेस्ट रेट भी ज्यादा था और मैं एक्स्ट्रा पेमेंट देके मेरे ईएमआई के ऊपर पेमेंट दे रहा था, उसके पे भी चार्ज लगा रहे थे। सर, मुझे आपके यहाँ जो ये जो अननेसेसरी जो चार्जेस लगते हैं, आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंसेस, वो बहुत ही ज्यादा है अगर कंपेयर टू अदर बैंक। मैं कहूंगा जो यहाँ पे पेडर रोड में रहता हूँ, ऑपोजिट जसलोक हॉस्पिटल बिहाइंड डॉक्टर हाउस, यहाँ पे अच्छी ब्रांच बनी हुई है। वो ब्रांच में मैंने जाके पूछा जब भी बनी तभी कि मुझे एक लॉकर चाहिए, बोलते सारे लॉकर नहीं है, अवेलेबल नहीं है। तो मैंने बोला क्या तकलीफ है आपके यहाँ? तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि आप कुछ फिक्स डिपॉजिट दे दीजिए, आपका कितना बैलेंस रहेगा। सर ये बात मुझे नहीं लग रहा कि रिजर्व बैंक का ऐसा कोई कायदा कानून होगा जो आप इस तरह के बिहेव कर रहे हो। फिर मैंने संतोष को फोन करके बताया, तो संतोष ने मुझे पॉजिटिव रिप्लाई तो अच्छा किया कि भाई आप है ने मुझे, संतोष कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, तो आप मुझे एक ईमेल से भिजवाइए, मैं आपका मैं मैनेज करके दे देता हूँ। सर मुझे ये कहना है कि मैं सीनियर सिटीजन हूँ, एज ऑफ 77, मेरे घर के नजदीक में मुझे लॉकर मिल रहा है जो वेरी शॉर्ट डिस्टेंस में, हाँ, वो मेरे लिए अच्छा है। सर आपको ये भी देखना चाहिए कि मैं शेयर होल्डर भी हूँ। आपके यहाँ जो सीनियर सिटीजन का जो बेनिफिट होना चाहिए एज पर द गवर्नमेंट रूल, वो बेनिफिट नहीं मिल रहा है आपके यहाँ कि मिनिमम बैलेंस कितना मेंटेन करना चाहिए फॉर सेविंग अकाउंट। मैं डीमेट अकाउंट भी ओपन कर सकता हूँ। फिर मैं ऑनलाइन आपके यहाँ तो मेरे ख्याल से नहीं है, मेरे ख्याल से ऑनलाइन जो ट्रेडिंग के लिए मेरे ख्याल से नहीं है, पता नहीं मुझे इतना पता चला कि ICICI बैंक का बहुत बेस्ट है, बहुत अच्छा है, कई लोग मुझे उसके लिए रिकमेंडेड कर रहे हैं। ICICI बैंक के मैं टॉप मोस्ट पीपल को भी अच्छी तरह से बताता हूँ, मैं अच्छा शेयर होल्डर हूँ। सर मुझे आपसे एक कहना है, अजय अग्रवाल भी बहुत अच्छे भले आदमी है, बहुत डाउन टू अर्थ है, जो उसको कुछ बोले तो बोलता है अभी मेरा ये नहीं चलेगा, इसके लिए मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊंगा, आप चाहिए तो एक लेटर लिखिए, डायरेक्ट कर दिए। रियली मैं अजय अग्रवाल के लिए कहूंगा कि वो फोन पे भी बात कर लेते हैं, अगर उनको देखा कॉल मिस कॉल गया तो वापस कॉल कर रहे हैं, उनको पर्सनली जाके मिलो तो अच्छी तरह से बिहेव होता है। मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, अगर अजय अग्रवाल के भी पोस्ट एज ए सेक्रेटरी तरीके से होना जरूरी है, भले संतोष अच्छे आदमी है, मैं नहीं मानता हूँ, लेकिन अजय अग्रवाल क्वाइट सीनियर पर्सन, संतोष से क्वाइट सीनियर पर्सन है, तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि उनकी भी आप अच्छी उनको भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दीजिए, और जो मुझे लॉकर का प्रॉब्लम है वो होना क्लियर होना चाहिए। अच्छा, क्रेडिट कार्ड के बारे में मैं आपसे कहना चाहूंगा कि क्रेडिट कार्ड जो सिटी बैंक की जो ऑफर होती है, हाँ, मैं मोर देन 4 डिकेड से सिटी बैंक का बैंक अकाउंट होल्डर हूँ, मोर देन 3 डिकेड से क्रेडिट कार्ड मेरे पास है। तो सर कभी मैं लेट भी डिले पेमेंट हो जाता है मेरा, तो वेवर द चार्जेस, हाँ, इंटरेस्ट वेवर, लेट पेमेंट चार्जेस वेवर। सर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, वो सारी फैसिलिटी के वजह से कई बार मुझे होता है कि मैं क्यों सिटी बैंक को छोड़ूं। हाँ, भले सिटी बैंक अभी एक्सिस बैंक होने वाली है, हो गई है, आधा आधा बॉडी सिटी बैंक का है, आधा एक्सिस का है। हाँ, मैं ये भी उनको कहा, भाई आप हमें 7 स्टार से 2 स्टार में भेज रहे हो, एक्सिस लेके 2 स्टार, जो सिटी बैंक का जो ब्रांच है, जो वहां पे अपने कस्टमर को जो जिस तरह से उन लोग वेलकम करते हैं, रिसीव करते हैं, आने के साथ चाय कॉफी का पूछते हैं, पानी का पूछते हैं, सर ये अपने भारत की एक सभ्यता बोला जाता है जो होना जरूरी है। और दूसरी बात कि अगर सीनियर सिटीजन अपने कैश काउंटर पे जावे तो उनको पहले प्रेफरेंस मिलना चाहिए। अलग काउंटर, जो गवर्नमेंट ने कई बातें तो बोली हुई है लेकिन वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो रहा है। सर
may I request you to kindly conclude as soon as possible, sir?
नहीं सर, मैं आपको कहना चाहूंगा, मैं कंक्लूड कर रहा हूं, आप सुनिए मेरी बात। मुझे मेरे स्वार्थ के लिए मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, आपको तो एक्चुअली फिजिकल मीटिंग भी रखनी चाहिए। आप फिजिकल मीटिंग अवॉइड कर रहे हो, उसके बारे में भी PM को लिखूंगा, पोर्टल पे भी डालूंगा। ये सारी कंपनी अवॉइड कर रही है अपने स्वार्थ के लिए, कि उनका ये खर्चा कम हो जावे और आप ऑनलाइन पे जल्दी जल्दी खत्म करके निकल जावे। दैट्स टोटली रॉन्ग। अभी कोरोना जाने के बाद अभी 1 साल के ऊपर हो गया हुआ है और बेटर पर कंडीशन है, तो फिजिकल मीटिंग आप क्यों नहीं करते हो? सर फिजिकल मीटिंग होना जरूरी है। फिजिकल में हम अपने सामने तो आप सुनेंगे 2 बात, ऑनलाइन पे आप एक जबरदस्ती AGM हमको रखनी है, शेयर होल्डर को सुनना है करके आप सुन रहे हो, ऐसा तो मुझे लग रहा है सर। अभी ये बात मैं कहना जरूर चाहूंगा, हाँ, कि आप जबरदस्ती आप लोगों को। सर हैव हेवी रिस्पेक्ट फॉर दीपक भाई, हाँ, बाकी जो पहले के सभी थे वो अभी रिटायर हो गए जो है, लेकिन मैं नहीं चाहता हूँ वाई HDFC बैंक जो है, मैंने हार्ड कॉपी जो मुझे भेजा, वो उनके रिक्वेस्ट करने के बाद मुझे मिला हार्ड कॉपी। जो हार्ड कॉपी मैंने देखा तो उसमें कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स अच्छे हैं। आई एम ए फोटोग्राफर, माय फादर वाज एशियाज बिगेस्ट फोटोग्राफर 1947 की बात मैं कह रहा हूं, तो हाँ, उनने सारे लीडर के फोटोग्राफ आज जो गवर्नमेंट के पास है मेरे फादर के लिए हुए हैं। हाँ सर, आपके यहाँ मैंने कई बार रिक्वेस्ट की है, बीइंग ए शेयर होल्डर आप मुझे अपॉइंट कीजिए एज ए फोटोग्राफर, वो भी नहीं हो रहा है। क्यों? जो चल रहा है उसी को ही पकड़ रहे हो अब सर। मैं नहीं मानता हूं। मैं मानता हूं कि अगर आपको बैंक को इम्प्रूवमेंट करना है, अगर आपके शेयर होल्डर को भी खुश रखना है, तो डेफिनेटली अपने आप बैंक भी इम्प्रूव हो जाएगी, सब अच्छा होगा। और अननेसेसरी जो आपके यहाँ चार्जेस है, अगर जो हार्ड कॉपी लेने को जाओ तो चार्जेस मांगते हैं, ये गलत है। और गवर्नमेंट का अप्रूव्ड है कि भाई सिटी में जो अकाउंट होल्डर है उनको अगर हार्ड कॉपी चाहिए तो उनको आपको देना है कंपलसरी अबाउट सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए। हाँ, वो आप अवॉइड कर रहे हो या चार्ज करने की मांग कर रहे हो।
Sir, may I request you to kindly conclude, sir? We
सर तो
have
आपको
other
बात नहीं
speakers
सुननी है,
waiting.
आपको बात नहीं सुननी है तो मत सुनिए। मैं लेटर लिखूंगा, मैं डायरेक्ट पीएम के पोर्टल पे डालूंगा और सब जगह पे डालूंगा कि एचडीएफसी इस तरह का व्यवहार कर रही है।
संघवी जी आपकी बात कही है, प्लीज आपकी बात पूरी करें, आराम से पूरी करें।
नहीं, ये बात तो आपकी गलत है। आपको जल्दी है, हमें भी जल्दी है। मैंने अभी तक लंच भी नहीं लिया कि मेरा नंबर जल्दी आ जाएगा करके। मैं ऐसा ही बैठा हूं मेरे घर में। हाँ, और मैं कभी से 1:30 बजे से फोन ऑन करके बैठा हूं मैं। आप ये व्यवहार मुझे ठीक नहीं लग रहा है, दिस टाइप ऑफ। अब एक मैं लिखूंगा ये तो जरूर कि एजीएम आपको करना है करके कर रहे हो, इट्स ए कंपल्सरी। सेबी को तो लिखूंगा, लेकिन ऊपर तक सारी जगह पे मैं लिखूंगा ये लेटर। और आई एम ए दैट काइंड ऑफ पर्सन, क्योंकि मेरे फादर फ्रीडम फाइटर, तो मैं भी ऐसा ही हूं, मेरा ऐसा ही स्वभाव है, मेरे ब्लड में वही चीज आया हुआ है। जो चीज गलत है उसके लिए फाइट करो। हमारे जैन धर्म भी कहते हैं अगर गलत है तो उसकी सहनशीलता मत रखो। सर ये मैं कह रहा हूं कि उनके यहाँ मुझे लोकर क्यों मना कर रहे हैं, क्यों गलत डिमांड कर रहे हैं। हाँ, मैं अकाउंट का ओपन करने के लिए तैयार हूँ, डीमेट अकाउंट खोलने के लिए तैयार हूँ, और कहीं से यहाँ पे मैं ट्रांसफर करूंगा। और मैं सेविंग बैंक में भी मेरे अच्छी अमाउंट होगी, लेकिन आप बोलेंगे लाखों रुपया रखो, तो सर सीनियर सिटीजन कैन नॉट बी पॉसिबल लाखों रुपया सेविंग अकाउंट में रखे या करंट अकाउंट में रखे। हाँ हाँ, आपको उसके पे मजा लेनी है बैंक को, ऐसा नहीं होता है सर। मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, बैंक ऐसी मजा लेवे, दैट इज नॉट करेक्ट। हाँ, तो सीनियर सिटीजन का बेनिफिट क्या है? अरे मेरे जो करंट अकाउंट है, अभी मेरा बिजनेस भी कम हुआ है, जो जिससे मेरा अच्छा रिलेशन है। आज एलएनटी ने मुझे सामने से कॉल करके बोला कि सर फिजिकल मीटिंग है, आप आइए प्लीज। और नायक साहब ने अच्छी तरह से मेरी बातें सुनी, बोला वेरी गुड सजेशन। ये वर्ड उन्होंने सिर्फ मेरे लिए बोले कई स्पीकरों में से। सर मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि जो इसमें कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स अच्छे हैं, मेरा ये सजेशन है कि कोई अपनी अच्छी ब्रांच होवे, जो पेडर रोड की ब्रांच है, तो उसका भी फोटो उसमें डालना जरूरी है। और जो बैंक प्रगति कर रही है, वो भी मेरे हिसाब से जो शेयर होल्डर इंटरेस्टेड है उनको, अब जैसे मेरे ख्याल से सब शेयर होल्डर इंटरेस्टेड ही होंगे, तो उनको आप वो भी भिजवाइए कि एचडीएफसी बैंक ने ये सुविधा अच्छी की है, वो की है, ये फर्क है। हाँ, अकाउंट होल्डर को ये बेनिफिट दे रहे हैं। हाँ सर, ये मैं कहूंगा तो उससे बहुत बेटर होगा। जो मैं कह रहा हूँ वो सिर्फ एक कान से सुन के दूसरे कान से निकाल मत लीजिए। हाँ, इट शुड बी इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं होगा तो मैंने अजय अग्रवाल को भी बोला, सर मैं सिर्फ प्लस पॉइंट बोलने के लिए नहीं बैठूंगा, मुझे जो ठीक लगेगा वो मैं नेगेटिव पॉइंट भी बोलूंगा बैंक के लिए। हाँ, बैंक प्लस पॉइंट है बैंक का, नो डाउट ऑन इट। हाँ, लेकिन जो नेगेटिव है उसमें इंप्रूवमेंट करिए सर। मैं आपसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच, प्रणाम।
Thank you very much, sir. We shall now attempt to reconnect with Mr. Hasmukhlal T. Vora. We had.
Can you listen to me? Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
me,
Yes, sir.
please?
Yes, sir. We can
Am
hear
I
you, sir.
audible?
Audible, sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. Respected Chairman, my name is Hasmukh Vora from Mumbai. I'm a shareholder of our bank and also of the parent since last many years. First of all, our historical merger with our parent
it was a grand merger involving detailed procedure, solving lot of incidental problems and incidental procedures successfully concluded. I compliment you and your full team for achieving this great job. At this AGM, I convey my sincere thanks to Sri Ajay Agarwal, the company secretary of our erstwhile parent and now a part of our bank. I wish him all the best. I also convey my thanks to our company secretary, Sri Santosh Haldankar, and his full secretarial team for the assistance and information provided to us shareholders from time to time, which is very useful. Coming to accounts, I find that in the standalone accounts and in consolidated accounts, there is no uniformity. I mean, in the consolidated, in the standalone accounts, the figures are shown in thousands and millions. However, in consolidated accounts, the figures are shown in crores, rupees in crores. I would suggest that we should have uniformity and we should have figures only in rupees, so that it will facilitate comparison. Now, coming to the profit for the year, it is observed that from page 227, the standalone profit is 44,109 crores and consolidated profit is 46,149 crores, page 319. So about 2,000 crores is contributed by our subsidiaries and associates. I request you to kindly advise which main three subsidiaries have contributed to this respective amount of rupees 2,000 crores. Then our parent HDFC Limited enriched the shareholders through value unlocking by giving shares in its various subsidiaries like HDFC Life, HDFC AMC, etc. I would like to know whether there is any scope for our bank for any such value unlocking. If so, kindly advise. Lastly, I thank you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next shareholder who registered to speak, Mr. S. Raman, has not joined the meeting. So we move on to shareholder number 37, Ms. Lekha Shah. Ma'am,
hello.
We can hear you
Can
clearly.
You hear me?
Yes,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman, sir, Board of Directors, and my fellow members, good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Lekha Shah from Mumbai. First of all, I'm very much thankful to our company secretary Santosh Bhai, especially Lakshmi Shetty ji ma'am and Vaisali ma'am for sending the AGM notice well in time, which is full of knowledge, fact and figures in place. So I am very grateful to our company's secretary team. Thank you, Chairman sir, for explaining us well about the bank. Congratulations for excellent work, sir. Sir, I pray to God that He always shower His blessing upon you. Sir, I would thanks all the personnel of bank for receiving awards and recognition by the plan during the year 22 and 23. And also, I'm very happy our bank is doing very well in the field of CSR activities. Chairman sir, I would like to ask few questions. My first question is, how much is our income contribution from our international branches in financial year 23? Now, with the merger of HDFC, which are the new growth drivers our bank is focusing? Thanks for the dividend, sir. Chairman, sir, I hope the bank will continue video conference meeting in future. So, I strongly and wholeheartedly support all the resolutions for today's meeting and my best wishes always our bank and its prosperity. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next three shareholders who registered, Shubhrabata Barik, Ashit Kumar Pathak, and Hariram Chaudhary have not logged in. We move on to our 41st shareholder, Smita Bharat Shah. Ma'am, we can...
हाँ जी, हेलो।
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am.
हाँ सर, सर आवाज जा रही है मेरी?
हाँ जी, yes, ma'am.
हाँ जी, ओके, थैंक यू सर। माननीय चेयरमैन सर श्री अट्टानू जी, एमडी श्री शशिधर जी और अन्य उपस्थित सभी माननीय डायरेक्टर सर, स्मिता शाह का सादर नमस्कार। सर प्रथम तो मैं सेक्रेटरी टीम को मैं बहुत ही अभिनंदन देना चाहूंगी कि अजय जी, अपने संतोष जी, लक्ष्मी जी सभी बहुत ही अच्छे जिम्मेदारी के साथ अपना इन्वेस्टर सर्विस निभा रहे हैं और अच्छी सर्विस दे रहे हैं। सर हमें भी खास करके मेरा हस्बैंड जो भरत शाह है उनको तो बहुत अच्छा अनुभव है कि ऑलवेज हमेशा एजीएम के टाइम फोन करते रहते हैं। आप हमारी एजीएम ज्वाइन करना अभी 4 साल से वीसी माध्यम से चालू है, तो हमेशा उनकी सपोर्ट से हम लोग आपके साथ बात कर रहे हैं, तो उनका सपोर्ट, उनकी हेल्प हमें अच्छी मिल रही है। प्लस हमारी एज पर हमारी रिक्वेस्ट के अनुसार उन्होंने हमें जो फिजिकल कॉपी भी भेजी है, तो मैं हार्टली मैं उनकी गुड इन्वेस्टर सर्विस के लिए मैं उनके कार्यों की प्रशंसा करते हुए मैं सराहना करती हूँ। और श्री अजय जी और अपने संतोष जी और मैडम लक्ष्मी जी सभी की मैं हार्टली सराहना करते हुए गुड इन्वेस्टर के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और अभिनंदन करती हूँ और बेस्ट फ्यूचर की शुभकामना करती हूँ। और सर हमारा नंबर तो ये काफी पीछे तो था, तो हमारे आगे बहुत कुछ बोल चुके हैं कि लोन के लिए
We appear to have lost audio connectivity with Ms. Smita Shah. I invite our next speaker shareholder, Mr. Bharat Shah.
हाँ जी सर, भरत साहब मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं सर, तो आपकी लीडरशिप में, हाँ जी सर, एक ही मिनट है सर, तो आपकी लीडरशिप में भी अच्छा आप आगे बढ़िए। मेरी शुभकामनाएं सर, सदा हर्षित मुक्त रहिए। मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और फुल्ली सपोर्ट के साथ धन्यवाद करती हूँ। सर भरत साहब मेरे साथ जुड़े, बात करते हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैम।
माननीय चेयरमैन श्री, सर आवाज आ रही है ना?
यस सर, बोलिए सर।
चेयरमैन श्री, एमडी श्री, अन्य माननीय डायरेक्टर, सर ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगा, 1 मिनट ही लूंगा, बहुत टाइम हो गया इसलिए। सर मैं बरसों से इसी टाइम पे आपका शेयर होल्डर रहा हूँ सर, बरसों से एजीएम अटेंड करता हूँ सर। आपने बैंक को कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंचा दिए सर, बहुत म्यूचुअली चला रहे हो, हमेशा शेयर होल्डर का इसको ख्याल रख के बैंक चलाई है, शेयर होल्डर को अच्छा रिटर्न दिया है, अच्छा बोनस दिया है और सब बातों में व्यवस्थित शेयर होल्डर को दिया है। तो मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मानता हूँ आपकी पूरी टीम का और कंपनी के छोटे बड़े एम्प्लॉइज का। आपकी बैंक की सर्विस भी अच्छी है, तो बहुत म्यूचुअली सब सर्विसेज है, बहुत धन्यवाद मानता हूँ। और अपने कंपनी सेक्रेटरी श्री हल्दनकर जी और अपने अग्रवाल जी, उनकी टीम के लक्ष्मी जी और पूरी सीएस टीम को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अभिनंदन करता हूँ। हमेशा शेयर होल्डर को रिस्पेक्ट देते हैं, शेयर होल्डर की कोई क्वेरी है तो सोच करते हैं। पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मानता हूँ सर। और सर नेक्स्ट ईयर हो सके तो फिजिकल मीटिंग करना, तो अपन 4 साल से नहीं मिले तो जरूर फिजिकल मीटिंग में फेस टू फेस मिलेंगे। और आने वाले सारे त्योहारों, गणेश चतुर्थी, दीपावली की शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ सर। सारे अवार्ड्स के लिए भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ और सीएसआर एक्टिविटी भी आप अच्छी करें, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अभिनंदन देता हूँ। और सारे रिजोल्यूशन में मेरा पूरा सपोर्ट है सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद सर, जय हिंद। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you very much, Mr. Shah and Mrs. Shah. Our next speaker shareholder is Mr. S. Raman. He now appears to have logged in, so we'll connect with Mr. S. Raman. Speaker number 36. Okay, we appear to be having some connectivity problems with Mr. Raman. We'll move on to speaker number 43, Pratham Changoiwala. Speaker number 40.
Audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible. Please go ahead.
Sure. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon.
to the chairman and to board of directors. I guess I am the youngest speaker shareholder today. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I won't take much of your time. So I want to ask just two questions. In light of recent cybersecurity concerns in the financial sector, what investment or strategies has the bank implemented to safeguard customer data and protect against cyber threats? And one another question is, what measures has the bank taken to enhance digital capabilities according to customer preferences and adapt in this rapidly changing AI and digital age? So proud to be the member of HDFC team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next two speakers are not logged in, Mr. Tapan Kumar Haldar and Mr. Swapan Kumar Maiti. So we'll move on to speaker number 46, Jinal Mulraj Maru. Ma'am, we can see that you've logged in. Kindly unmute your microphone and speak. Ms. Maru, could you kindly unmute your microphone and speak? There appears to be a connectivity problem here, so we'll move on to speaker number 47, Dharav Jamadar.
Then Sharad Kumar Shah, then Sureka Shah, Nirupama Shah.
Mr. Dharav Jamadar, we can see you on. Can you kindly unmute and speak?
Yeah. Good afternoon and greetings of today to the respected chairman and all the board members. My name is Dr. Dharav Jamadar from Surat, Gujarat, a proud shareholder and a customer of HDFC Bank. So first of all, sir, I would like to congratulate each and every stakeholder of my company on performing tremendously well, outperforming the peers on various benchmarks, and also posting a robust and an impeccable numbers both on Q-on-Q and YOY basis. Sir, it is an honor and a privilege to get an opportunity to have an insightful conversation with you on this platform. Some of my questions which I would request you to address are, first, examining the current spreads, can we experience a contraction in NIMs? If yes, how much amount of profitability will get impacted because of it? Second, is there any further scope of increasing shareholding in the listed subsidiary of ours allowed by RBI? If yes, please share the percentage amount that is yet to be done. Third, by when and at what rate do you think India achieves its terminal rate, and what shall be its impact on the Indian financial system? Fourth, what can be the major challenges that can hinder the synergy that can be created by the merger of HDFC and HDFC Bank? Fifth, which segment will be having the maximum amount of loan growth, and which segment will be contributing the most to the NPAs of ours? Lastly, sir, I would like to raise a issue which I suppose I am giving a suggestion. And so the working environment in Indian banking system has drastically changed since decades. Because of push strategy and persistently increasing targets, the mental and emotional health of our employees is consequently getting hampered. Well, they are the front face of our company. If they are happy, then our customers will be happy. So we can a small suggestion from my end, we can conduct a small happiness or satisfaction index of employees wherein a proper feedback, suggestions and opinions of all employees can be taken in order to create a pull strategy so that we can get customers on our own. Let us set a state of the art work culture for the industry as a whole, and let us set a benchmark for the work culture in the banking industry. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. We move on to our next speaker shareholder, serial number 48, Subhash G. Kabnoor.
Hello, good afternoon. My salutations to Mr. Deepak Parekh, the patriarch of the HDFC Group. Salutations to the board members of the erstwhile HDFC Limited. Respected Chairman, board members of HDFC Bank. My name is Subhash Kabnoor. I am speaking from Navi Mumbai. Congratulations and best wishes and kudos to the both the management and the teams involved in getting this mega merger smoothly in a seamless manner. The bank, a huge bank, has now become humongous. HDFC is a customer-centric organization. Bank is a transaction-centric organization. The bank will go ahead to do a lot of transactions, make a lot of money to the shareholders. Stakeholders are happy, shareholders are happy. So everything is going good. In this, there are innumerable customer deficiencies that come to light, which it seems is ignored by the management. Probably doesn't reach them. Worse still are the faults when, in this big, difficult financial matters, which the bank seems to conveniently wash away the risk to customers or to others. I'll share a couple of my experiences. 2 months ago, I needed a pledge form. I went to the biggest branch in Kharghar and I asked them, I need a pledge form. They said, sir, there is no DP desk here in Kharghar. You need to go either to Belapur, Vashi or Panvel. I asked them, can I do it online through net banking? None of your staff was sure whether I could do that. I anyway did it. I went the next day to Belapur branch. The lady, the DP desk lady, couldn't check whether what I did online was in queue. She anyway took a physical form, took my PAN and everything, and issued another booklet. So what happens is, in 4 days, I get 2 sets of booklets of the pledge form. I just needed one. Okay. Now, if I look back, about 12 years ago, I walked into the branch in Churchgate, Mistri Bhavan, where I have an account since the bank was formed. Initially, the tone was different. When they saw my account and my holdings, the tone immediately changed. Take it 5 years ahead, at the same Kharghar branch, when the ATM procedures changed, where you had to just put the ATM card in and take it out, I was a bit confused. So I went and asked the reception, is there something changed? The lady didn't know. You see, 6 months ago, my family wanted to get the DMAT done. So they went to the Vashi branch. The staff didn't know that there is a transposition of shares case also. They didn't take the signatures, and that is still pending with me. You see, so these are the things. This is the frontline customer staff. Now take a more bigger, complicated financial matter, which one of my good friends, Mr. Subodh Korde, is facing right now. In mid of July 2021, during the COVID times, Mr. Korde, he's the ex-CEO of a German company based in Pune, and his wife, a doctor, a COVID warrior, lost 38.04 lakhs from their 2 accounts in Aund branch in Pimpri Chinchwad. They approached the bank, they approached the RM immediately, they approached the RM and the branch. They were told, oh, you go through the grievance channel. Fine. He went through the grievance channel. They even advised him, go and file a FIR, which he did. Now, he went through these channels. All along, he was getting the same standard reply. The bank said, he even went to his acquaintances in the bank. They first said, okay, let us look at, being a CEO, he had some acquaintances. He even got about 400 to 500 accounts of his staff with the bank branch. Now he went and he asked them, they said, fine, we'll look into it, but they backed off, which he doesn't know why. Then, meanwhile, the bank is giving them a same standard reply that the fault lies with the customer. The customer compromised his login details. And the bank has done its review. The internal ombudsman has done its review. Our systems are fine. Everything is fine. The same thing was portrayed to the ombudsman and other agencies. Meanwhile, the police were doing the investigation right from day one. They came out with a report which showed that there was a swim swap fraud, and meanwhile the customer has been vouching genuinely, pleading to the bank, and even telling them that, look, I have not done it. I don't know who did it. He told the bank right from day one. Still, the police never got any response from the bank right from day one. It was a very delayed response. Finally, the police could find out there was a swim swap fraud. There were systems which were used somewhere in Chennai. Accounts were this was net banking transactions through NEFT and RTGS to unknown beneficiaries sitting in Noida and Calcutta. 2 of them were with HDFC Bank and 2 of them with your bitter Neuer ICICI Bank, your competitor. Now, both these big systemically important banks, did nothing about the fraud. They never cooperated with the police. Now the police has sent the investigation report to the bank last year. Even till today, the bank has not responded. It's the same standard response. So questions arise that why is it that, what is it that the bank trying to hide? Is the bank so big, or both these banks for that matter, so big that they are now a law unto themselves? Now, why?
Sir, could I request you to kindly be brief?
Yes, I'm finishing off in a minute.
Thank you, sir.
There were letters sent to management and the board. There was no call from any senior management. You hit the senior management desk and that's the same standard reply. So my point is, why can't the bank, senior executive of a bank, make a call to a fully compliant KYC customer? Meanwhile, you're silently shielding the non-KYC compliant fraudsters. Now, there are RBI guidelines which state that the bank's responsibility to safeguard customer assets and work in customers' best interest. So as a shareholder, I feel that the bank should fund his accounts and recover the money from the fraudsters. I was in the UK for about a decade, and I've worked in environment of treating customers fairly. I have seen customers. I went to a Nexa workshop. There was a customer who was missold a life insurance policy. He is trying to get into the touch with the bank. He's not getting a response. He was just chatting with me. He said, look, this is what HDFC Bank does. Now, I recently read in the news 2 days ago how the customer was forced to go to National Consumer Forum to get some gold amount reimbursed by the bank. Why is the bank stretching the customers so far? Why can't the bank be upfront, accountable, and treat customers fairly? Sir, with due regards, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we shall now attempt to reconnect with Ms. Jinal Mulraj Baru. Ma'am, we can see you. Kindly unmute your microphone and speak. Ma'am, you'll need to unmute your microphone. We still can't hear you. Ma'am, there appears to be an audio problem. No, we can't hear you at all, ma'am. Ma'am, we can't hear you at all, ma'am. There does appear to be a connectivity problem with your audio, ma'am. We try and reconnect with speaker number 40, Hariram Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary, we can...
Yeah. Now, Mr. Chairman, my name is Hariram Chaudhary. I'm speaking from my home at Santa Cruz. Now, I will take only 3 minutes. First, I appreciate the Secretary Department, Mr. Bankar, Lakshmi, etc., who have assisted us. And Mr. Chairman, I suggest that we hold hybrid system, physical as well as online. This is done by Larsen & Toubro. It is done in High Court, and in many other companies where I'm in the other sector, it is done. Please do we have the option of taking either of them. My next suggestion is that we have the get together after Diwali. So this is my suggestion. And Mr. Chairman, kindly about the CSR. Kindly let us know how much amount we have spent and whether this amount is more than 2% of the net profit. And Mr. Chairman, one complaint is there for Santacruz branch. When the server is down sometimes. It is down for 3-4 days, 5 days, a week. We give the shares for dematerialization. We should be given the acknowledgement, and we should not be asked to come again and again every day. Let them take the shares, let them give the acknowledgement, and whenever the server is working, they can do the work. The second alternative go to Santacruz branch. That we will not like to go. So kindly give the instruction that when the customer comes, take the paper, do the work when the server is up. Now, Mr. Chairman, the annual report was prepared very informative by the secretary. My compliments to him. And I suggest that one dedicated mobile phone in the secretary department, so that if we don't get the landline number, we can communicate and send the message in the mobile number. Kindly let us know whether we are using the water harvesting, solar energy, all this, and what latest digital innovation we have done. Have we adopted artificial intelligence? Kindly let us know about that. How much capital expenditure we did during the year 22-23. Now, Mr. Chairman, about unclaimed dividend. Those who have not claimed the dividend, please send one more reminder so that we need not send their dividends to the government. And now with this, I conclude by conveying my best wishes for all-round progress and prosperity of the company. Chairman, my name is Hariram Chaudhary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We shall attempt to reconnect with speaker number 33, Karthik Trivedi. Mr. Trivedi,
yeah.
we can...
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
So, good afternoon, sir. Congratulations and best wishes on the merger to both of you, Atanu sir and Sashi Jagdishan sir. So I will start with first point, CSR activity. So there is a shortfall of CSR activity again. I think so last year also I pointed out. And I think so one thing needs to be taken into consideration, that CSR spend shall be spread out all the states. So I think so CSR spending activity is concentrated in some areas. So the business comes from all the states. I think so our bank is very well spread out in all the states. So every state shall have an equal opportunity. And I think so it might the CSR spending value may cross 1,000 crore in the coming quarters or the coming years. So this thing needs to be taken into consideration. Second thing, I need to ask you about credit cards. So media reports that you have a meeting with Apple officials about launching and co-branded cards. So if you can put some light on this, if you can. Third thing, I recommend Sandeep Parekh as an independent director not to be repeated. So I request a better option in place of Sandeep Parekh. Third thing, so this is in connecting with the last two agents, last one or two agents, what I'm there. The case of Pushpal Roy has been happened. So I have written you many mails in the last year, in the year 2021-22, and in the same connection, I have spoken in the AGM also, and I tried to connect you at your HDFC Worli office. I came to 2-3 times, but your secretary to MD didn't allow me to connect. So company secretary department has done their procedure, but your assistant or secretary to MD has downplayed my request. In spite of making an email request, everything was done officially. So this was, I want to ask you that there is nothing happened to my mails, what I have written to 6 to 7 mails. I don't think anything has happened. But I was sure that there is something very much something very bad is happening with the employees, and the Pushpal Roy effect happened. So I am very happy that something is being accepted, that there is something not very good happening at the lower end of the employees. Now, I can speak lot much. Many things are there. Everything I have written in the mail. So I don't want to repeat each and everything. So if you have not, I think so that you have not referred to the mails. So there is something. Now I want to add one speaker has mentioned about the cashiers. So I want to again repeat you that cashiers are also given targets. Cashiers are meant to count notes and follow their process, but the branch manager, the bank process tells them to go for the targets. So it's a human mind. You can do a calculative job or a logical job. So while doing a logical job, you make mistakes. That is everything at the lower end. I know very well that what mistakes happens, and you have to pay from your pocket. And it's a story of all the means many of the branches. So it will not come to the top management. It is everything happen and settle at the lower end, the branch end also. So mistakes happens. So please follow proper process. So I just want to say that sales is a practice. It's not a hard hardcore ship. That you need to manage it betterly and in a fair way. So there will be many incidents, but you need to keep on downplaying all these incidents. That should not repeat in future. So there are many mails. I don't want to repeat each and everything. And I tried to connect you at your office. I am very angry on your secretary also, secretary to MD. So she didn't allow me, and by one request, two requests, three requests, and even this Santosh Haldarkar also no. Now, one more point I want to ask from Atanu sir, that Sashi Jagdishan sir is about to retire or the tenure is about to end. I think so. So are you going to repeat, or what will be the future course of action? So one thing, there are 3 points. I think most of things I have covered. Still, if anything is remaining, I will just write to you. So I just want to ask you that whatever I have taken, that please take care of the lower end employees, as thus, because this is all due to too many density of branches. So around Churchgate station, there are 8 to 9 branches, and all 8 to 9 branches are fighting for the same set of clients. So it is about to happen that pressure is going to build. It is in the same Andheri also. 9 branches at a stroke at a very small distance, 1 kilometer, and all 9 branches are fighting for the same set of clients. So everything is going to happen, and do something logical. Now I will want to give you an example that you open branches in my state of Rajasthan, state of Madhya Pradesh, state of Uttar Pradesh. Then Bombay has already highest density of branches, 250 branches out of the 700 square kilometer area. Every 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 1.5 kilometer, there is a branch. And all the people in branches are fighting for the same set of clients. So the result is nothing but just day comes and day pass by. So you just read my all the 5 to 6 mails again if I am missing on something. This was one thing, and I was 100% sure that there is something wrong happening, and the Pushpal Roy incident happened. Pushpal Roy incident is just the tip of the iceberg. The scenario is very much big at the lower level. Thank you, sir. Thank you. There are many more points, but I don't want to take up much more point because the moderator is not allowing us to speak out anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We shall attempt to reconnect with Mr. Ashit Kumar Pathak, speaker number 039. Mr. Pathak, could you kindly unmute your microphone? We can hear you, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Very good afternoon, respected Chairman, Board of the Directors, CEO, and fellow members joining at 29th AGM of HDFC Bank Limited. My name is Ashit Kumar Pathak, joining from Damdam, Kolkata. And my esteemed gratitude to our company secretary, Mr. Santosh Haldarkar, and entire leadership team for allowing me to speak. Also, I thanks to company's management team for allowing me a second chance. Sir, I have some 3 views. Number 1 views, after a merger of HDFC Limited with HDFC Bank, what the business potential, mostly on housing finance, my bank get more than HDFC Limited. If possible, throw some highlights. And next, sir, I as a key partner of HDFC Limited also facing some very not so flexible business progression after this merger, because there is some target some selling other products other than fixed deposits. So my view is that to allow the key partners in flexible way as HDFC Limited doing earlier. Next, my third view is that any chance the existing depositors of HDFC Limited will get additional interest as HDFC Limited given after this amalgamation. Next, sir, recently, August 12th, fortnight, bank should maintain incremental CRR of 10% on increase of NDTL between May 19 and July 28. The main is measured in temporary and aimed mopping up excess liquidity due to return of 2,000 rupees note. Sir, with this news, that is impact on capital market. Any impact in our bank operation? If throw some highlights about it. And also recently RBI mentioned banks can choose compromise settlements of technical write-off for accounts classified as fraud or willful defaulters. For this announcement, any impact happen in our operations? If possible, throw some highlights about it. And finally, at present, our net NPA and net GNPA and capital adequacy ratio status as on second quarter of financial year 24. Nothing to say more. I feel proud to be member of HDFC Bank and the number second bank in our domestic market. I think my bank will more prospective business in future. Thanking you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We shall now attempt to reconnect once again with Mr. Sharad Kumar Jivraj Shah, speaker number 29.
Hello. Hello.
Well, we seem to have connected Mr. Raman. Mr. Raman, please go ahead.
No, it is not Raman, sir. Sharad Kumar Shah. I am there. And then you have printed Raman name. See, all these mistakes are happening. You announced that I am not there. And with all efforts, I am able to join now. So at least, now Sureka Sharad Kumar Shah. Is it Sharad Kumar Jivraj Shah? It is correct, sir. Sharad Kumar Jivraj Shah. So can I speak now?
Yes, Mr. Shah, please go ahead.
Sir, my number was 29th. I was surprised. The meeting was 29th annual general meeting. That is the purposely you have given me 29 number. I was thinking that way. And sir, what is I already, because I know these all problems are there. So looking at this, I have already forwarded my mail with small 3-4 points. I will just read out that. First thing, sir, we have received share on 14th of July 23 of HDFC Bank. There was an ample time before 14th of July. And I not understood why HDFC has not conducted their last meeting and say bye-bye to the shareholder. It was necessary, sir. And what I think, sir, is on FY 22-23, number of shares are 558 crores till Q1. And now after this issue of shares to the HDFC fellows, I like to know in Q2, for 23-24, what is the total number of shares of the bank? At present, the promoters hold 20.87 shares. In Q1, in Q2, what will happen to promoters holding? How much percentage it will increase or whether it will reduce? That I don't know. So please highlight. And one thing what I observed, sir, I'm very happy whatever changes have taken place, but data matrix is there. So I'm very happy with the data matrix service and no problem, sir. And if I refer page number 154, 155, it gives me a complete history and information. Maximum PE ratio was 29.48. Today's PE ratio is 20.3. What action you need to increase share price when you are performing very well, earning per share is increasing every year. So what action you are seeing that the market share price will go up? Because if you just see balance sheet, the market share price is absolutely steady. It is constant, not increasing. So see, then it becomes that our P ratio is low. And what I feel that 20 is not a good P ratio. We can still go up to say like Tata Motors P ratio is 100. Why cannot we go to that extent? That is what I look for, sir. So look into this aspect. And earning per share 82.27 is a good earning. And I have got no doubt about it that in future time, you will see that these HDFC shares which are merged with HDFC Bank will not suffer getting less dividend. So you take care of these new shares such a way that the dividend or the amount what they were receiving for last so many years will remain same, sir. And I got only one word, sir. Now I look into page number 319. It is a consolidated report, and it is in crores, so it is very easy to understand and read. But if I see page number 227, that is standalone results, it is in 00. So it is very difficult to understand, not able to read also, not able to understand also. So what I'm looking, if a bank do not have consistency, logic and common sense in operating, how it will go in a longer run? So at least you should fix one unit like crore, million. Sometimes you select 00 and it becomes very difficult. But one thing is there, now I have got more than 30,000 shares of HDFC Bank. And I'm very happy, at least I must get 8 to 10 lakhs dividend. That is my, and because this time Vedanta has given me 10 lakhs dividend. So look from that angle. Thank you very much for, finally I look for your moderator, Lakshmi. I have sent a mail because you said my name is not there. Finally, within working for 1 hour, finally they could connect me to the meeting and I was able to express my views. And what others are saying, that is one thing is definite. Ajay Agarwal must be put in proper place because he has given a good service to the shareholders, sir. That's the only thing what I am looking for. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Happy to have connected with you finally. With that, all shareholders who registered to speak at the AGM and did log in have now been given a chance to express themselves, and I hand the proceedings back to our chairman. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, dear shareholders. It was very interesting to see the Millennium shareholders also coming in, along with certainly the shareholders who have been with the company for decades. And I'm really grateful to all the shareholders for coming prepared, having seen the things, giving observations, giving advice. And trust me, each one of your advice would be taken and would carry the weightage as much as any other advice would be, and they would be taken with the full weightage of the consideration that each of the suggestion deserves to be. First, I must mention to Mr. Vinayak Papat's issue that he has raised, that it should be addressed to the members and not stakeholders. So I must apologize. Yes, you are the owners, and we are placing before you the annual reports and other matters for approval, and certainly it's placed before you. The notice certainly has gone to you, but wherever that reference comes, it would be suitably corrected. However, you would appreciate that the annual report is also read by many other stakeholders, and to that extent, other stakeholders also like to see and have a stake in the annual report. But the point very well taken. Now, there have been observation on the dividend, and the dividend has been as per the dividend policy, and would in the future, and it has been a substantial increase over the last year's number, and depending upon how the company performs in the coming years, we'll continue to follow our extent dividend policy. As lots of shareholders have mentioned, and on this I'm not referring it to any particular person. I'll just say that Mrs. Homa Purdehi had raised the issue of whether the employees of HDFC Limited would be retained. Quite a few other shareholders had also raised a similar issue. All of them, apart from those who have not retired at the time of the effective date, have come into the fold of the bank. And because they have created this product, they are repository of very substantial amount of knowledge in that, and they have been suitably placed within the bank, which was carried out by the integration committee. It went through a very elaborate process as to how employees, where, what grade, what is their expertise, where they need to be placed. And there was tremendous amount of work that was done on this to ensure that every person who comes into the bank finds his or her right niche. And even thereafter, there have been would be cases where there would be mismatches, and which leads to grievance. So there is a procedure and a framework for grievance handling as well. That has also been set in motion. I share with all of you the fact that Mr. Parikh is not in the board of the bank on account of the fact that there is a RBI guideline dated November 19th, the corporate governance guideline dated April 26, 2025, which precludes anybody above 75 years to be on board of a bank, read along with the company's law. So we really miss his expertise, his knowledge, his sagacity on the board of the bank. He has been, in a sense, a person who guided the institution. He created the entire financial conglomerate along with his esteemed colleagues, two of whom, Mr. Keki Mistry and Mrs. Renu Karnad, have joined the board. As I mentioned in my address, Mr. Parikh has not only been instrumental in creating this financial conglomerate, he has been also responsible for creating many public financial institutions. And I certainly share sentiment of each of you with respect to his contribution, and I would personally meet him and convey your thoughts and sentiments. As Mr. Tiwari had asked about the age of retirement, it's 60 years in case of the bank, and HDFC Limited having now merged into the bank, the age of retirement for their employees also would be 60 years. The percentage of women, now the combined percentage is 22.63. We aspire to reach a level of 25%. The question was asked by Mr. Tiwari again as to the number of branches in J&K. It is 119 branches. Mrs. Meskarahans had mentioned about after how many years the shares go to IPF. Madam, they are sent to IPF after 7 years of unclaimed dividend as per the present rules under the Companies Act, there is a procedure to get it back. They belong to the concerned shareholder. And IPF operates under the aegis of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. We would very much like to be of any help where bank can step in to ensure that the documents are properly vetted for any of you. However, the broader change in the policy can only come from ministry. I would request subsequently Mr. Jagdishan to handle the issues related to CSR shortfall, as well as the special provision related to 500 crores made in the annual report. Mr. Tamal Majumdar and few others have sent their questionnaires by email. They will be suitably replied in detail by an email, as well as the number of defaulters above rupees 100 crores would also be, that detail would be sent separately. I'm grateful to Mr. Chavda for having noticed the vigilante advertisement and communication. The fixed deposit agents would certainly be treated appropriately within the bank as per and within the norms that RBI lays down for similar relationships. Trust us, we do consider them very valuable resource for the bank. Another question has come in about the number of share allotted. The number is 753.76 crores. The question had, I understand, come from Mr. Sanghvi. Mr. Sanghvi's issue related to the locker. I would request Mr. Jagdishan to have his senior official to get in touch with him, and if something could be done in that respect. And Namrata, as she's a youngster, has rightly raised the issue of criticality of technology. We fully accept it. That technology is going to be not only a disruptor, but would also be a great means of ensuring better services to the clients and customers. I had mentioned in my speech the areas, the main pillars of technology. AI ML is one of them. However, there's an entire gamut of technologies, starting from using the cloud, apart from using other platforms through APIs, apart from using any of the new issues that come up through improvement in technology. And there is a very special enterprise factory which virtually works like a technology company. However, this is an area which will continue to grow, and bank would certainly like to not only keep up, but keep ahead of the curve in that area. Having said this, I would, if I missed out any specific reply, we'll see to it that that goes by email. One of the questions raised by Mrs. Mascarenhans was relating to number of staff. Now, on March 31st, 2023, it was 1,73,222. Now, I'll request Mr. Shashi Jagdishan to further answer the queries which specifically relate to the shortfall in CSR, appropriation to reserves, and any other thing that I might have missed out while trying to answer shareholders' questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to all the shareholders for being very patient and asking all your questions, some of which I think the Chairman has already answered, and some probably we will answer in due course in writing. But I have sort of taken note of most of your questions, and I would like to sort of try and respond in an aggregated manner to the best of my ability. I think this being the first AGM post the merger, which consummated on the 1st of July, I think I echo the Chairman's and some of the members' eulogy on Mr. Parekh for leading a conglomerate of par excellence and spawning a lot of great institutions, which we now as HDFC Bank have inherited. We're also happy, and the Chairman has mentioned as to why we will not have the fortune of having him on our board. But we are happy to have Mr. Mistry, Ms. Karnad, and Rangan on our board. Rangan is something that the board has sought approvals from the Reserve Bank of India. So that is yet to be got. But at least as much as possible, the senior leadership of HDFC Limited will be in some form or other associated with the merged entity. As the Chairman said, I think we have, as committed by all the seniors in the past at the time of the announcement of the merger, all the staff have all come in. Whoever were there on the date of the merger have all joined HDFC Bank. We believe that there has been a fair process in ensuring that their grading and their tagging to the right roles have been appropriate. I'm sure in any merger there will be some gaps, and which is what, as I announced at the time of the merger, we do have a grievance mechanism to address that. Yes, a fair amount of members did talk about specifically the erstwhile company secretary, Mr. Agarwal, and the erstwhile CFO. As the Chairman has alluded, I think they're all very valuable and they all have an important role to play. You can be rest assured that due respect has been given to them and will be given to each and every member of the senior leadership and the staff of HDFC Limited. Couple of members did mention as to the post-merger, what will be the whether we will perform well, what is the opportunity, etc. I may probably take this opportunity to lay out the thought process that we had as to why this merger took place in the first part itself. As you know, the mortgage is a very emotive product. It is something that evokes a lot of emotion, and this is something that all of us have witnessed how HDFC Limited did their business in home loans. The kind of a customer connect they had is one of the reasons why they were so loved, not just by the customers, but universally across the length and breadth of the country. It's quite apparent as to the kind of value that that particular organization created in terms of their service to the customers. HDFC Bank did not have it. And they had a lot of other product offerings, whether it is in the liability accounts, in terms of other consumer assets, in terms of investments, in terms of insurance, in terms of brokerage. This is one gap which was not there. And there was a kind of a restraint in terms of what an HDFC Limited, a non-deposit taking, or in terms of their funding requirements for the, it made sense for the merger to happen. The timing, as we had mentioned last year as well, was all appropriate in terms of the regulatory convergence, in terms of the incremental funding that is required to support the kind of merger. I think all that came in together, and that is the reason why I think the two boards of the bank and HDFC Limited decided to take this forward with the members and then post that with all the regulators, and that is the reason why we are here today. We believe that this is once in a lifetime opportunity for the bank, with its large distribution footprint, with its large customer base of over 8 crore customers, where we have a very limited penetration. We have very few branches which were distributing home loans. We had just about 2% of our customer base which had penetrated into HDFC home loans. The opportunity for us to sweat our distribution, penetrate more into our customer base, and the ability to offer the complete bouquet of financial services products riding on technology is something that the bank now will have the capability. It is now for us to execute the rationale for why we merged with HDFC Limited. We believe we have a wonderful chance with our 28-year-old history in terms of executing this. It's not going to be easy. As you know, the risk of the merger is the funding part of it. I think one of the members did ask about it. And we believe that this is a challenge that the entire bank, the leadership team of HDFC Bank, and all the levels below are very excited about. I think time will tell, but we're extremely confident that the way that we have grown over the last 10 years, there is no reason why we will not be able to surmount the challenges and even grab the opportunity to grow similarly over the next many years. In fact, in my letter to the members, I did sort of spell out that if we do manage to execute so well, there's an opportunity for the bank to create a new HDFC Bank every 4 to 5 years, without compromising on our credit philosophy, without compromising on our profitability. I think there is a great opportunity just this merger is going to give us. In addition to that, we've got many more new subsidiaries, which is in the life insurance space, in the general insurance space, in the real estate investment space, in the asset management space, which only adds more to the product offering, and also try and have synergies between these subsidiaries and the distribution network of the bank, and try and see how we can enhance the profitabilities of the subsidiaries as well. So we are quite buoyant about it. I think this is something that time will tell, but if you go by the past execution track record of the bank, we are reasonably sanguine about it. Some of the members did mention about what will happen to the NIMs. On a standalone basis itself, I think the bank has demonstrated that it can do its business in a range-bound manner. As I said, that's been always the philosophy that we will not compromise growth for profitability. It doesn't mean that if a NIM number is X, we will be working towards that, but it's a range bound. We sort of operate within a range of 4 to 4.4% over multiple business and interest rate cycles. It is also dependent on the business mix that is there, but this is largely the kind of NIMs that we will operate in. But with the merger, because the home loans is now going to be a significant part of the total advances book, and it carries a lesser spread. But having said that, it'll also carry a lesser cost and lesser credit cost as well. So the NIMs will drop. I think in Q2, which will be the first, the Q2 results, which will be declared sometime in later part of October, it'll be visible as to where the impact of NIM will be. But I can assure you that the profitability or the returns over a period of the year or 12, 15, 18 months will come back to the levels that one has always seen for HDFC Bank. In terms of technology, as the chairman in his speech had alluded to, in terms of all the areas of focus areas, just not in reimagining the technology architecture, but also the kind of new developments that we are building platforms on the cloud. We believe that the bank has silently done a lot of things in the last couple of years and is ready to sort of take on new challenges and new frontiers on that aspect, whether it is whether it's in AI, ML, whether it's on data, whether it is on the platforms as well, digital platforms. We are going to be our investments. That's one of our topmost priorities in terms of technology. That's why a fair amount of investments, which is sometimes ranging around 7 to 8% of net revenues, will be in that particular, or 7 to 8% of the total cost will be in technology, and that's a very significant portion of that. But the future benefits of that is going to be immense, because not just the onboarding part of it, but also the transaction part of it will all sort of bring in the cost of operations in the future. So we are quite excited about the kind of work that's going on in the background. Some of you may not be seeing it, but it's just a matter of time, and you will see this as we unleash and unveil some of the customer-facing platforms to the world at large. The cyber security and cyber crime and vigilante came for a lot of discussions, and I think these are very valid points to be discussed. The chairman also alluded to the same. I can assure you that it's in the board and the IT strategy committee of the board and the management are very seized of the kind of issues and the threats that the cyber world possesses, and more we move into digital and technology platforms, the vulnerabilities only increase. But I think the kind of investments and the focus that the board and the committees have on trying to fortify their systems, their vulnerabilities, and in their technology platforms is on the topmost priority. I wouldn't say that it'll be foolproof. I don't think anyone in the world can ever say that our firewalls or the kind of walls, the fortress that we build on the technology to ward off these cyber crimes is going to be foolproof. No one can do that. But all we can tell you is ours will be much better than some of the others that is there, not just in India, but globally. But let me also, appeal to some of the people out here on this call who are largely senior citizens that please be careful of whatever mails that you receive, the kind of SMSs that you receive, the kind of WhatsApp messages you receive. Bulk of the problems that our customers are facing is when you click on some of these messages. These are all, the fraudsters are there everywhere, and they try and lure all of you and all of us into clicking some of the messages which we are not supposed to do. And we are virtually, these are called the phishing and vishing attacks, which then give control to the fraudsters, and they have the ability to see your passwords and then take the monies away, which is the problem that we are seeing. I know one of the members did talk about his friend in Pune, Aun branch, whilst the specific aspect of it, I will have a look at it, but definitely a SIM swapping, as you would also understand, is something that is not our responsibility at all. You and I, including myself, we have to be careful about the devices, about ensuring that we don't share our passwords, we don't share even our devices. I mean, today, even if you keep your computers open or you keep your mobiles open, or you keep your chargers in your ports, there is always a potential threat for people to misuse and abuse that. We have to be careful. So the vigilante, as one of them said, is a very important one. We're very proud that the team has undergone a lot of efforts to make the awareness drive. We will continue to do so. At the same time, I'm assuring you that we are also building more security on our platforms. It may sort of give you a fair amount of inconvenience, but I can assure you that security is much better than the convenience that we may lose. And that is something that we'll keep on updating the members as to what are the kinds of investments we are doing on that particular front. On special reserve, I think the fact that the merger is now giving us a fair amount of opportunity to deploy in long-term loans, especially affordable housing. There are sections, or there are chapters in the Income Tax Act that if you do appropriate to a special reserve, then we will have eligibility of the profits that accrue on the deployment of long-term housing assets. So that's the reason why we have preempted and transferred to the special reserve. It's going to be a free reserve. It's not going to be an encumbered reserve. And that sort of gives us the ability to get tax exemptions in future as and when we get profits out of the long-term housing assets. Bonds, yes, we have taken the members' approvals to sort of issue up to 50,000 crores of bonds. With the merger, with the fact that we would like to have a very well-balanced mix in funding between deposits and bonds, which are very stable. You will see a fair amount of bonds coming out of our stable in the future as well. Credila is still not, continues to be a subsidiary. The bank is in the process of getting the approvals, the regulatory approvals, before we can put it to vote. So post that, you will have the resolution maybe through electronic means. So the resolutions will come in at that point in time. A lot of, yes, the chairman also mentioned on the shortfall on CSR. There are two parts to it. Is there a shortfall in this year? No, there's no shortfall. the provisions of CSR allow us to utilize some of the excesses in the past 3 years, and that's exactly what we have done. So we have complied with the regulations in terms of that. I think one of the members, Mr. Bapat, did mention about the shortfall that happened several years ago. And that is something that, yes, I did commit to it, that we will try and, make good or try and catch up on that in future. See, whilst some of these things I may spell it out, I've realized that in this area of CSR, we have to be extremely careful where we deploy and what are the kind of opportunities that are there. It is a substantial amount if we have to cover that, but I guess over a period of time, we will try and find out better opportunities, because we don't want to just dole out like biscuits because there's a shortfall. We need to have, there's a good cadence and a governance by the CSR committee of the board. And we need to find the right partners and the right opportunities to do that, which we will do so in due course. I think one of them also mentioned about the fact that is it adequately distributed across the length and breadth of the country? I think we'll have a look at it. I mean, maybe, as I said, whilst I do understand there are low GDP states which probably may need these kind of support, but we also find that we also need appropriate agencies or credible agencies in those states to be able to deploy to the end beneficiaries that we would like to benefit. There is a gap. These are certain things. These are some of the pitfalls in country, but we will put our best foot forward to ensure that the distribution is there across the country. Yes, a lot of people did talk about the physical meeting versus virtual meeting. Some of you, there's nothing right or wrong. We are very happy to do. Please don't have any doubts that we would love to meet you all in person as well. But I can assure you that a lot of people have given a feedback, even within Mumbai, that it is, and since a large part of them are all senior citizens, it is in this kind of a traffic and the kind of during the monsoons, it's very difficult to traverse from different parts of the city to go to a physical AGM. It is tiring, it is taxing. So most of them, some of you have said physical, but a large part of you prefer to have virtual meetings. And it also enables people from shareholders and members from other cities to log in and efficiently communicate with us. So there are a lot of positives. There's nothing right or wrong. And if the regulations do change that we need to go back to the physical, we'll be more than happy to do so. There is obviously a fair amount of on employees and culture, attrition, the kind of respect to lower employees. I think let me add this in one go. This is one of the priorities of the management and also of the board in terms of the right ethos and the respect that we give to the employees. Yes, you did mention about certain transgressions that have happened in the bank. I think a bank of our size, you will have these things, but you should also appreciate the kind of swift action that the board and the management took in terms of when it gets pointed out. There is, we are very clear as to we will not tolerate any of these things which is not in consonance with the culture of the bank. I know one of the members did write to me. It's not that we have not. He did mention about the density of branches. Look, whilst you may have a view, we have a different view. Density of branches is very important. Mumbai and Delhi continue to be one of the most high economic areas, that we are a commercial bank. We are there for the members. We need to ensure that we are there. Yes, there will be some overlaps within the geography, but from a customer-centric perspective, from a customer perspective, none of them will even travel beyond a 1 to 3 kilometers going forward. So today, the average distance of branches today is still about 7 to 8 kilometers, but in certain metropolitan cities, yes, you will have within a kilometer or two a fair amount of branches. So this is a reality. We do not, I mean, there will be overlaps. I'm not saying that it's going to be squeaky clean, but these are all, healthy competition. Having said that, as I said, the thought process of trying and ensuring that we respect the youngsters, the young officers in the bank is very well taken, and this is in line with the ethos that the board of the bank has been driving over the last couple of years, and you will see changes. It's not going to happen overnight, but I can assure you this is one of the topmost priorities of the institution. And we are very confident that the needle will move, and you will see a fair amount of employee satisfaction becoming better and better, the happiness quotient getting better and better over a period of time. We will, in due course. I'm not too sure whether we've already done that in this in the coming year, but we will try and publish these kind of numbers in due course, even in the shareholders report. Central help desk for grievance redressal instead of branches. Look, we do have a fair amount of alternate options in terms of mails, and I can assure you any member of the board or the management senior leadership gets it. We have a separate desk which looks into it. Customers do find it very convenient to get into the branches, but I do accept and acknowledge the fact that the branches sometimes need to take the help of the back-end teams, etc. But we do have the phone banking centers in 14 locations. We have a toll-free number. We have other numbers which they can, which is there available on the website. People can do that. So, and we, a large part of the complaints and queries and requests come through that particular channel as well. We will try and evangelize and propagate that channel even more. But with the kind of distribution network we are adding on, it is not going to be easy for customers not to go into the branches to air their grievances. We can't say no. I think ultimately the distribution point is there for the customers. We have to take in, but we will try and see how we can make that efficient. Credit cards, a lot of questions, and especially one of the members talked about the expiry of cards, and he sort of linked it to saying that airlines have perpetual loyalty points, and we should have perpetual loyalty points. Sir, if you really look at the terms and conditions, I think we did say that these are, we will have the ability or the discretion to change these with proper communication to the customers. So even I'm a customer, I also would love to have perpetual points, but ultimately, any product offering, whether it is a card, whether it is any other products of the bank, will have to make economic sense. So if there is a period of time where the business believes that you will have to expire, and that is what we have done with adequate communication to all of us. So they have done that. And the airlines across the globe, I mean, these are, whilst it may be very nice from our perspective that we are able to enjoy perpetual loyalty points on airlines, but you also probably keep in mind the profitability of the airlines globally as well. So we are, it's important that we are a commercial bank. We need to ensure that whatever we offer makes economic sense. And the decisions that have been taken is only after factoring in reasonableness and also the profitability of the business. So they have taken that call. I know, like you, even I am also, and many people on this call, and even the members of the board and the management, we're all impacted. We all had to undergo a similar kind of forfeiture at points in time. But that's the way it is. And this is not, whilst I know you did mention even last year saying that we should be an outlier here and we should not follow business practices of other card companies. But sir, that's not possible, especially when it impacts profitability. In terms of, I know Mr. Surana mentioned about client masters being available in branches. Sir, thank you for these kind of suggestions. I think it is in progress, and we should sort of have this implemented in a couple of months' time. In terms of sweep-in, I think one of the members did talk about sweep-in. At least our facilities are pick and choose. I think the depositor can choose which deposits he or she would like to use for sweep-in. And within that, you mentioned that you would like to have a LIFO and not a FIFO. But at least in my case, since I'm also had taken that facility, it is LIFO. But since you specifically mentioned that it is not LIFO, it's a FIFO, let me re-examine it. But at least the last that I had seen was a LIFO basis. But let me examine it from from an operational convenience perspective and from a customer feedback perspective. Your feedback is well taken, but we will do that. Lastly, in terms of the competition, yes, competition has been intense, will continue to be intense. The NBFCs has a space. I think one of the members, Millennium members, did mention about what's competition like vis-a-vis another NBFC. See, the NBFCs have a space has a different segment to cater to. The banks have catered to a completely different segment. And if you've seen over the last 4 decades, it's the segments that the NBFCs used to patronize, the banks have started to enter. So it's a matter of time, maybe in 8 to 10 years' time, banks such as us and other banks will get into the space, which is very vast, where NBFCs are there. But until then, I don't see any threats at this juncture. We operate in a completely different. There will be some minor overlaps, but as of now, I think the space for us to grow is very large. For India, we are all blessed to be in India, where the penetration is very low for financial services. Now with the HDFC Limited merger, mortgages, I think you've heard the leadership team of erstwhile HDFC always talk about the low penetration of mortgages in the GDP. So the runway is very large, and we see that as a great opportunity. We don't have to go down the risk ladder. There is space for a lot of people to grow. We are reasonably bullish and buoyant to be part of the Indian financial services landscape. We are blessed that the kind of platform that the bank and your bank has, and I think you will start to see the fruits and the fruits of this merger and the execution of the proven execution track record of HDFC Bank through its vast employee workforce play out reasonably well, and I'm sure all of you will be proud of that. With that, I think I've covered more or less all the points that had been mentioned by various members. I'm sorry if I would have missed out any, but I promise you that we will respond if at all there are any mails that has come in from you all. Thank you, and I hand it over back to our chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jagdishan. Those questions which require a detailed answer or where the mails have been sent and received would be answered separately. Before I thank all the members for their incisive question, insights, observations, so on and so forth. And your questions, your observations are always a guidepost for the board and the management and for all the employees to take the organization forward. Before I conclude the annual general meeting of the bank, I reiterate that the window for voting at this meeting will be available for last 30 minutes after conclusion of this meeting. I request the shareholders who have not voted to vote before the voting window is closed. The board of the bank has appointed Mr. B. Narasimhan, practicing company secretary, as the scrutinizer to supervise the e-voting process. I authorized Mr. Santosh Haldankar, the company secretary, to receive and declare the voting result. The result of e-voting along with the scrutinizer's report will be declared within 2 working days of the AGM and will be communicated to the stock exchanges and also published on the website of the bank and NSDL. I thank all the shareholders for attending the 29th annual general meeting of the bank and declare the proceedings of this AGM as closed. On behalf of entire board and management, I once again appeal to shareholders to take care and be safe and kindly vote if you haven't. Thank you. Thank you all.